Daddy,
Hello.
would you like some sausage?
Welcome.
Daddy, would you like some sausages?
Perfect timing. Hello and welcome. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well today. I am back. I had my Twitch partner meetup yesterday, which was cool. I fist bumped the CEO of Twitch. I didn't say anything because I had nothing to say. I don't know what to say to him. Keep doing your job. Thank you. So yeah, I didn't have anything to say. But anyway, it was nice. It was a nice event. And here I am. We're back. We're going to do game dev now. Hello, everybody. I'm Mike, and I make games and also play them and collect stuff. Hi. The best intro ever. Yeah, the best intro ever. All right, let's get onto it because we got stuff to do today. Yeah, me hobnobbing with the bigwigs. That's right, Refraction. That's right. Hey there, Pi. It's good to see you. Guts of Plenty, welcome in. Everybody else who's hanging out and lurking away, good to see you all. Did I say hello, Refraction and Pilot? I did. Hello, everybody. You're all awesome. All right, so today we have day 25. Continue working on the maze puzzle. Let me press this button so we can zoom in a little bit more on that. So the maze puzzle, what's going on with that, and I don't know, other things. So I did program a little bit of extra stuff to handle loading a map. That was the last thing we did on stream, and we can now load a map. We can create a map using Tiled, the editor, the open source editor, and make tiles. Make a tile grid map, that is. And it all basically works. It's basically fine. But I need to do a little bit more work on that, I think, at some point. Like, if I want to make it so that I can place entities in the map data, I'll need to, like, add a little extra code there. I don't think I'll use Tiled to handle that, though. Tiled's a kind of piece of crap. I don't like it at all. I don't know if I'll ever try and make something that uses it ever again. I'll make my own editor in future, I think, because that was crazy. There was a lot more effort on my end to make it work for the way my maps were designed to work than was worth it. It wasn't worth it. It was a pain in the butt. I spent, like, the whole stream, I think, was like nearly 5 hours, and I spent probably, I reckon, at least 3 hours programming it. It should have been like an hour job at most. It was crazy. And most of that was just working around issues because I had to, like, translate the freaking tiled data to data that I could use in my game. Anyway, that's my review of Tiled at the moment. Maybe my opinion will change in the future, but I don't like it. I think next time somebody recommends, I used to say, oh yeah, sure, it sounds like a great idea whenever somebody recommended using Tiled. Finally tried it out. I'm like, why would people use this? It's horrible. You can't tell it to export in the format that you need it. It's like it only. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm complaining. I'm gonna stop now. But it should have more power. It's a very unpowerful engine. I don't want to write my own tool to translate from their format to the format I need, because that's freaking stupid. Anyway, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm all right. I'm fine. I'm fine, Refraction. I'm fine. Hi. Coburn, it's good to see you there. Welcome, welcome. I'm gonna drink some tea. BNU, welcome in. Good to see you. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I'm fine. There's no problems. Hey there, good morgen to you too, Proton. I hope you're having a great one. All right, so I better get on with it because I don't have much time today. I did do some work offline. I added some, it's not real, I didn't do like the right thing, but I did something. We have a hamster, it exists now. We have movement of the hamster. I haven't added instructions and tools yet to the like user interface. These are user interface elements. Yeah, that's fine. That's how you spell elements now. Instruction queue, no, we haven't done that yet. Interrupts, not done yet. Consider terrain variations, obstacles, and holes. I will consider those in the future. Right now, I'm not going to. Add button entity. Right. This is like hamster interaction. This is sort of like an interrupt, but doesn't change the. Oh my god. Hamster state. open door, close door, etc. Add door function to button. That's what I just said. So sure. Add data cable goal. Right. We need a goal in the map. Add other goals. Might be fun. Yeah, that's a fun idea. Maybe we'll do that. All right. Let's move. Let's move forward. All right. Where's the freaking hamster codes? Here it is. This is the. Did you guys see the hamster? Did I create these offline? I did. I created the hamster graphics offline as well. We gotta take a quick look at that. Catch you up on what we did with hamster implementation so far. There's a fair bit we did. So let me just open this bad boy up. I got 3 different animations. I'm gonna tweak them a little bit. I think the walk cycle is a little too slow, and I think the squish cycle might need to drop a couple of frames as well. But I'll just walk you through it. So first of all, we have the idle. The idle animation is pretty nice. It's just a little hamster that's like sniffing the air. He's like, oh, what's going on? Or it, I guess. I don't know if it has a gender. The hamster, it will be an agender hamster maybe. We'll call it an androgynous hamster. There we go. It just sniffs the air when it's idling. This is the animation cycle that it will play. It can face any direction. Just this is top. Think of this as top down. So it's like you're looking down at the hamster. It's lifting his head up, sniffing the air, and then looking back down. So that's like what it's doing. I may add a little bit more shadowing to the face to help with selling that in effect. I don't know. Anyway, so the hamster can also walk. We've got a nice walk cycle here. It's a little slow. I may need to drop a frame or 2 in this walk cycle. But you can see like the little body wiggling a bit. I kind of wanted the butt to wiggle more, but I couldn't really figure out how to animate the butt wiggling without it just looking like pixels are flashing. It was a bit tricky, so I'm going to leave it at that for now. But maybe I'll work on that a little bit more in the future. It's got a walk cycle, and it also has this one, which is when the hamster bumps into a wall, because it is in a maze, and if you instruct it to walk forward and there's a wall in front of it, it needs to do something. Like I didn't want it to just be like, bah, you know, you can't do that. I wanted to have it like bounce off the wall, which it does. I think that looks pretty good actually. I'm pretty happy with how this one looks. Because essentially it's just like part of the walk cycle, and then it's like mushing its face against the wall. And you can see if I go through the frames individually, you can see like how squished the face gets as it runs into the wall. And I think there's like probably a couple too many frames in the squish. It feels a little slow. You don't feel the impact as much. I'm not sure how happy I am with it, but anyway, it's got a good squishing animation. I did share these on Discord. I did share some of these on Discord. I also shared what I'm about to show in the editor as soon as I get the editor loaded. Game AGF. I implemented a fair bit for the hamster. So what I did is I actually programmed in movement controls using arrow keys as a placeholder for instructions. So I don't currently support. What am I doing? You don't want to eat the hamster. Okay, so now that the hamster's there, you can see it's like idle frame, right, like that. And I can turn by pressing the right arrow key. It's like tank controls. I can turn that way or left for turning left. Makes sense, and it will play the idle frames, no worries. And then if I want to move forward a square, I just tap forward. But you can see that the walk cycle is like barely animating, and if I hold down the walk forward button, you can see the walk cycle playing out and bumping into a wall. These things seem to work okay, but obviously I feel like the walk cycle is a little slow, and the bumping in the wall is also feels a little slow. I could speed those up. And I did program in, so I'm taking full control of animation system, full control of the character display, everything. AGS stuff is not involved in this process basically at all. It's like just using like the sprite system. I don't have a character or a view for the hamster. I'm just programming this myself. So the door you can see is like it's not open, so we can't walk through it as well. Yeah. So if you like walk into a wall and then turn, it'll play the bumping into the wall animation, because that's what it wants to do. But it's basically this works. So we have like a rudimentary maze here, which we just sort of like put together for proof of concept. It doesn't really mean anything. But if I was to make this the thing, I'd put the goal in this tile right here. And I would put a button somewhere, maybe like in this part right here, to open that door. And I might put some other bits and pieces around the maze. I don't know. Now, I was thinking it could be interesting to have like a waypoint where it's like, oh, if you get here, you can give additional instructions, and maybe I'll have like a pickup that's in the maze that you could pick up an item, and that would add like more raisins or more instructions that you can give to the hamster. So as it consumes all its instructions, it goes to this point and then give it some more instructions. It's probably not worth doing, but it's just a thought that occurred to me while I was working on it last time when I was offline. So probably not going to do that. But yeah, you can see like there's a lot of useless maze. If I was to put like the button here and the goal here, programming it to get to there would be pretty straightforward, which is where comes interrupts. So say right here there was you know, a raisin, and raisin means like walk continuously forward. So if you instructed your hamster to walk over to here, like you add like, you know, step forward, step forward, step forward, step forward, how many steps there are, like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 walk forward. So you'd like program like a turn left and then walk forward. You have 8 instructions to walk forward, and then it gets to here and then it's like, oh no, it's just going to shoot off into there, and then you need to tell it to turn around and come back and then turn left again, and then eventually like you'll run out of instructions, because that one thing there, it consumed too many of your instructions that you couldn't actually make it through that hole. So like, you know, maybe the right move is to like turn down here and go continuously forward, and then when you stop walking continuously forward, turn left, and then take 1, 2, 3 forward steps, then turn left again. You know, so you get a different set of instructions. But now when you get here, maybe there's the instruction to turn left here. So like then your hamster ends up like this, and you have to account for that. You have to like, oh, if I use turn left, I'm going to run out of turn left, so I have to turn right twice to turn around instead of turning left twice to turn around. And then I can walk forward, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then on this position, maybe there's another thing to like walk forward one more step. So it's like going to consume more of your turn rights, and then you can get back here and you can go up here and you can finally, you can get you're instructed to get to here. It opens that doorway, and then you have to go all the way back, so you need like more turning instructions and so on. So like eventually, why can't I go forward there? What's happened? Oh, it thought okay. Yeah, because I'm using the arrow keys, I'm able to issue instructions before it's finished the instruction, so it can like look like it's not in the right spot. Anyway, you want to be able to program it so it goes up here, and like maybe you have a walk continuously forward, and you have your turn left, and now that door won't be there, so you'll be able to actually get through and complete the moves that you need to complete. So I don't know, like having some stuff in play that prevents you from doing exactly what you want to do is important. Those interrupts are really important. So I think the first thing we need to do is actually introduce the concept of the queue. The programming, the code for this is like really bad at the moment. It's still like in progress, right? So as we converge on the right sort of like all the features are there, we can start maybe cleaning things up a little bit and arranging it a little better. Right now it's quite a mess. I just have, you probably, I think, remember you're already seeing like this stuff here. We had a lot of this stuff already. I added this test thing for, we did this on stream. This is testing whether or not there's we should be allowed to place a wall or something like that, or place a tile, because we generate a full tile set programmatically at the moment. I need to output that as just like just an array to start with, so we don't have to do the generation, but for now that's used as part of that. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff that's a bit of a mess. This is all hamster related stuff. I just prefix it with the letter H rather than creating like a struct, because I didn't know what I would need in the struct, and then I was like, I don't like the way AGS handles structs, and it's a bit of a pain to use it. It's not that bad, honestly. It's really not that bad, but I just didn't want to go through the effort of that. I also have this concept of like animations. So we have how many frames they have and what frame they should start on, and by what frame I mean mean that is actually which sprite ID they should use for the start frame, and I assume that all the frames are loaded in order. So I can just say like, okay, it starts on frame 458 and it runs for 8 frames. So, you know, or I guess 451 and 31 frames is actually what I set it to. And that would be, I guess, the idle animation, and then this is the walk animation, and this is the bounce animation. From there, there's this test walk function, which I implemented. This one I implemented offline as well. This is, am I allowed to, is the hamster allowed to walk forward right now, basically. So it tests based on the facing direction. 0 is facing right, 1 is down, 2 is left, and 3 is up. I was debugging here, so I put a bunch of stuff here I can delete. Yeah, debugging in AGS sucks. And yeah, so this is like just basically testing like, okay, the direction that I want to test is going to be the door to the right and also the wall to the right. And then on the next tile, because tiles can have, we can define a tile to have a wall on itself, or the neighboring tile that you're walking into could have a wall defined that would also block you. So we have to consider both of those. So I got direction test and then next tile test. I guess that should be a little bit, the naming conventions could be a lot better. The other thing is we just say like, you definitely are going to bump into something if you're facing right and you're on the last tile to the right. You're definitely going to bump into the wall because you don't want you to be able to go out of bounds. So we're just going to automatically say if you are already on that tile, you're definitely bouncing. You won't be able to you won't be able to walk out of that tile. But otherwise, you know, we just do the standard test, and then we just, once you've got that information, and these are all just like the obvious thing for each of the tiles, we just do the test. So we say like bump equals bump, or let's consider this. So that just allows these overrides to work, this bump or, and this is just like going like, hey, on the current tile, the HX and HY, hamster X, hamster Y, just check if that dir test bits are set. So if either of the door right or the, sorry, well, door right, if either door right or right is set to true, is the bit is set for that, then this will equal a non-zero value when we AND those together. So we AND those together and we compare it to 0. If it's not 0, we know that we've definitely run into a wall. So that's going to set bump to true. And then we also do the same thing for the target X and the target Y, so TX and TY. For the next tile test, we do the exact same sort of test. So if that returns a non-zero value, we know we ran into a wall, so bump will be set to true. And then we return bump. And that gets used in walk forward. It's the first thing we do, check if we bump into something. So if we bump into something, we set our animation index to 2, we set our animation frame to 0. We're going to play out that bumping into the wall animation. Can't move forward, but we still need to play the animation, so we're just going to set that, and that's it. So then there's also I did have other stuff going on for like, oh, you can walk forward, but I took over handling the animation for the walk cycle in Update Hamster instead. So this needed to get deleted. So essentially I can just like delete this whole section. I'm just leaving it there for like mental purposes, like just like I know it's accounted for properly. I just wanted to leave it there for now. I'll probably delete it in the future. Next frame and frame time. Sorry. I'm just going to stretch a little bit. So this is basically how fast it will animate to the next frame. I think AGS operates at 60 frames per second. And so I was just like, well, if I allow 5 frames per frame, so I'm rendering my frames every 5th frame of the 60, that's like a reasonable animation speed, I felt. I could maybe speed it up a little bit, like maybe if I go for every 4th frame, it might look a little bit better for the walk cycle. I think the walk cycle probably look best at about 3 or 2.5 even. But I don't think I can do half frames, so you know, that's a moot point. But anyway, Update Hamster takes responsibility for doing all the animations. You can see that here. If we are on animation index 1, we're going to just check if we can walk forward. We're going to do the walk forward, H walk forward, which is actually here, this one. So this, because we're doing this every single frame, that's why we didn't want to reset the animations. We're going to just handle the animations down here. Basically, all we need to do is like, it gets set somewhere else at the moment. It's a little complex, maybe, but yeah, walking forward's fine. Next frame is just going to be counted down when it's less than or equal to 0, which is to say when it's equal to 0. It's never going to be less than 0, but I don't know. Just felt like putting less than equal 0. We're just going to go and push the current frame forward. Then we just check if the current frame is outside the bounds of the number of frames that we're allowed to count to, and if it is, then we reset that to 0. And if the current animation index is 2, which is walking, we're going to go back to idle. And then we're going to do next frame equals frame time, which again is this part right here. So that's just like every third frame, or at the moment it was every fifth frame. I've just changed it to 3. We'll have a quick look and see how that feels, but I think it'll be too fast for the idle animation. So anyway, blah 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 blah. Okay, moving on. If we're on the walk cycle animation, we are walking forward. We're going to check the facing direction. We're going to do all the things that we need to do. So this is going to, there's this concept of like, between tiles, we've got like, we can move 16 pixels basically. So H at 16 here. So we're just adding to it. And that's like, that's taken into account when we render the hamster. We'll see we're rendering the hamster down here. That's the H at X. So that's like its X offset. So we got the margin of the maze. We take that into account. Plus we add the amount of space we need for which tile we are standing on, so that each tile is 16 pixels wide. And then we also add our offset. This is our H at X is our X offset, and likewise for the Y, it's all pretty much what you would expect to see. And we use the hamster graphic. There is this idea of rotation, so we actually load the hamster here. So for whatever the current animation is and whatever the current frame is, we're going to grab that, and then we're going to rotate it by the facing direction. This was supposed to be a one-liner, but it kept on not working, and I didn't want to figure out why. I think it was actually setting it to 360, because mod 360, I don't know. It was setting it to a number that it wasn't allowed to be. I don't know why. So I ended up just putting in these bounds checks just to, I don't know. I just needed to do it. Anyway, if we're not rotating, we also have to rotate between 1 and 359. You can't rotate by 0 or 360. The code hates that. I think that's why I had to put this in. So I had to be like, hey, if it's 0 or 360, then set it to, if it's less than 0, set it to 0. If it's greater than 0, it should be a valid number, so we rotate it. Basically, that just lets us, like, obviously have the facing directions of the hamster, and that's why we're drawing ham.graphic here. And then we release the surface thing. I don't know if we need to release it, but I'm releasing it. I don't know if that's, like, potentially going to cause a memory leak in the future or something, so we'll release it. And then we just say, I also added to the room itself, I added a entities graphic, which is, I'll show you that too, actually. It's probably important to show. That's in here now. Under the objects, you can see we've got O-render and O-entities. So O-render renders the background, and you can see it doesn't have a base override, and its position is its Y position is 200. If you remember, AGS does Z indexing by using the Y value of the object. So that is going to be like in front of everything in the scene, essentially. So what I did for entities, I need entities to be rendered on top of the maze. I said that they have a baseline override of true, and their baseline is 201. So that will allow entities to be rendered above the background of the maze. I think we're all caught up now, basically. Okay, then I also did the positional stuff, like so the movement using the keyboard. This is all going to get deleted. Right now, it's just in there for me being able to debug and test stuff and make sure that the hamster can move around the room. So you have like left press, right press, up press, down pressed. Those are all set to false by default. If left press is not true, and if the key is currently being pressed, then we set left press to true. And we'll set the facing direction to the facing direction -1. so that will turn it around. We then have some bounce checking down here to make sure that we don't, you know, go out of bounds. We want it to be between 0 and 3 inclusive. So that's what we're doing here. But then if left press is currently true, but the key is not being held down, then we should set left pressed to false. So you can see I'm doing the action only once. It's basically only when you press the button down. As soon as you press it down, it'll start that action. It won't repeat the action though. That's all that. That's what this mess is letting me do. I don't think AGS has like the concept of like key went down. It's just like whether it's down or not. That's all you get. But yeah, so I'm just handling it that way. So, you know, it won't repeat anything unless I want it to repeat it. The case where we do want it to repeat it is with the up arrow. Yeah. Anyway, everything works. I think we check in the update, actually. We do check if we're holding down the up arrow. In each of these cases, we check if the up arrow is being held down when we finish the cycle. If we finish the cycle and we're not pressing up, then we should reset. Otherwise, we just continue like animating. So basically, this is like, if you're walking forward, continue to play the walk forward animation. Don't stop it and start the idle animation and then flip it back to the walk forward animation. So it's just handling that. This will probably stay in play, but this logic of like what it's checking will be checking some variable of like, is the instruction a continuous walk forward? And is that still valid? It'll be something like that. So we'll work on that hopefully today. Yeah, I've talked a lot, but I think I've said everything that needs to be said. You kind of see where everything goes now. So I did a whole bunch of little animations and stuff. I think everything else hasn't changed since we first did it. Oh, I did do the setup hamster info, animation info, which if we go back and look at that, I already showed you it, but it's this one here. So those sprites, when I loaded them in, I'll show you that too, I guess. We'll go to sprites here. I added them under characters, hamster, and we got idle, walk, and bump. So idle starts on 451, and there are this many frames. I don't know how many frames there are. AGS never tells you how many frames there are. You can't even if you select them all, it doesn't tell you how many there are, which is dumb. It should definitely tell you how many frames there are. But who cares, right? Nobody cares, so I don't care either. There's actually 31 frames. I counted them by looking in here and going to the idle and going, oh, there's 31 frames. So then I was like, okay, it starts on 451, it has 31 frames. It has, and this one is the walk animation, it has 8 frames, starts on 482. I care a lot. Oh, good, Doc. Good to see you, Doc. How you going today, mate? Yeah, so 482, 8 frames. There should be 8 frames, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8. I can count. And we should see that it's true here. 8 frames. And the bump also has, actually the bump has 9 frames. Did I say the bump has 9 frames or 8 frames? Let's have a look at the code. Yeah, I said it has 9. So yeah, bump starts on 490. Oops. So go there. It says 490. It has 9 frames. 1 more frame than the walk cycle. Yeah. Doing okay? That's great. How was Final Fantasy today? I missed it. I ducked in briefly, but I wasn't in a position to chat. It was fun times. That's great. Good to hear. Yeah, it's good to see you though. I hope you're doing well. It's a great game so far, I bet. I liked Final Fantasy VII when I played. That's the only Final Fantasy I've played through to the end, and I technically didn't play most of it. I was at a friend's house, and we played it together. So like we would sort of like just hand the controller over when we were tired of playing it, to let the other person control for a bit. And we did that like after school, and you know, all those kind of things. After any event that we ended up hanging out together, we'd go back to his joint and play freaking Final Fantasy VII until it was done. It was a lot of fun. It was fun playing it with a friend. I think that's the best way to play a JRPG is with friends. Because otherwise I think they get too boring because it's too much grinding. Right, so that's where we're at. I think we're all caught up. So what I need to do now is think about how I want the automation to work, because we want to be able to program the hamster to walk through the maze. And I also want to think about putting in some like stuff in the maze. I think what I want to do for the stuff in the maze is have like a XY coordinate and an ID of what the thing is. And then we'll loop through that each frame, each update. We'll loop through that list and we'll see if the HX and HY coordinates match that thing. And if they do, we'll consume that interrupt or operate the button if it's a button. And then that'll just be like, it'll sort of like insert that at the front of the queue of like hamster instructions, basically. Hey there, J-Wolf. I'm good. How are you? The thing is, creating an array of structs in AGS, if I remember right, is a bit of a pain in the butt. So we might need to take a look at that. I kind of don't like AGS whenever it comes to this kind of thing. I don't remember why. I have a nervous feeling about it. AGS struct array. I think this is why I actually did this as well. I think I just intuitively went, I should avoid doing this as a struct. So I'll just make two different arrays that sit next to each other. So I might actually end up doing that. I might just be like, you know what? I don't care. I'm just going to have multiple arrays. Because that's shockingly easier. How's the game going? It's going really good. I'm having a good time with it. I got I'll show you where the stuff that I've been working on is just implementing this hamster maze situation. So the last piece of the puzzle graph that I need to implement. Once that's done, everything's like in the game, and then I just need to focus on like graphics and polishing and all the other stuff that needs to be done still. So yeah, this is the last piece of the puzzle, so to speak. And so we got this hamster which I'm manually controlling at the moment. You're gonna program the hamster to walk around. But it can bump into the wall, which is, I think, hilarious. It makes me laugh. The little jiggle makes me laugh. But yeah, so we're gonna have to program this guy to move around the environment. So I'm looking forward to seeing that come to fruition, which we're gonna start working on now. I'm just looking up AGS struct arrays. Export array combined with struct. I don't know what that means. I'm not going to read it. Arrays of arrays. No, I'm not going to read that. Dynamic arrays. I don't want to read that. Object. No, I don't want to read that. Converting a struct to array. This is not even AGS anymore. Mono AG. Okay, I'm done. I'm done Googling. I'm going to type in what I want to do, and then we'll see if we can do it. So at the top here, I'm just going to create a little struct, and I'm going to say it has int for the ID, and I'm going to say it has an int for its X position. Ooh, my keyboard skills are getting worse. And an int for a Y position. And then that's all. That's all I want for now. Maybe I want more in the future. I don't know if I need to do this or not. And then I'm going to say I want an array of those things. So this struct probably needs a name. We'll give this a name of interrupt or something. Yeah, we'll call this interrupt. And then we're going to say interrupt. Why is it? It's not showing up. That's a bad sign. Maybe I didn't implement it. I don't know how to implement a struct in AGS. Let's go read the AGS manual for structs. AGS script manual. I didn't type it right, but hopefully it... No, that's a tutorial. I don't want a tutorial. Give me a freaking manual. There we go. Struct. Struct. It's probably this bit. Struct weapon. Protected. Import. What the f... I don't I just want a simple... I don't think I need to protect or import anything. This looks interesting. Static attributes. Import static attribute int. Defining attributes. Why is it all import this and import that? Why is it all like that? I could have sworn we were allowed to do just like a straight, like, public. Not sure about this import nonsense, honestly. What's protected? Okay. Access modifiers can be applied to struct members to set the access and modification scope of struct members. To be consistent with Java and C#, the protection level is always specified first. For example, I don't care. Defining attributes. You cannot use an attribute in the same script where the getter and setter methods are defined. If you try, you'll get an error like this. Is script import null pointer passed? Okay. I'm not sure I fully understand what that means. I need to read some more information somewhere. Why are we doing import attribute int? Can I... Where's the table like this that explains what import and protected and attribute mean? And static. I assume I know what these things are, but I don't know. There's not a table for that definition somewhere? Like the C# manual has all of this stuff. Import, export, protected, struct, explicit data array, double static. Yeah, exactly. What the heck, man? You know what? I'm ignoring it. Interrupt array. No, wait. Interrupts. And we're going to say we have like, I don't know, 32. We won't need 32, so that's plenty. And then I want to do like a function init interrupts. Right? Probably. You know what? I'm going to call these, stuff. Why not? Stuff 0.id equals 0. Stuff 0.x equals 7. And stuff 0.y equals 0. And we'll just define like randomly, semi-randomly, we'll define 3 things. There you go. These are all on 0 though. We need to increment that each time. So let's do 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. And then we need to call this at some point, which we do have a initialization thing happen some point in here. There's a lot of code in this file now, but it's not too much. Definitely not too much. Setup. Where do we call setup? Wait. Oh, this is it. Yeah, room first load. Yeah. We do it here. All right, let's see if this compiles. It won't. Oh, it did. Okay. Let's see if it runs when we try and run it. What happens? Okay, it didn't crash. We're on track for success then. Okay. Of course, when we do our per frame stuff right now, this is repeatedly executed, and we do some stuff, and we also update the hamster over here. So we want to. This is all just like user input debug code. So I'm just going to put in here a little comment. User input debug code to be replaced with hamster logic and we'll implement hamster logic later. Or hamster instructions. Hamster process instructions. Yeah, it's a good function name. But for now, we're just going to put in a... we need... So this is responsible for rendering itself as well. I'm going to continue with that theme. I'm going to just say update update stuff. We'll call it stuff. We'll continue with the word stuff. And we got to implement we got to implement this guy now. So we'll implement it right here. And in this, we're going to do this, but it's going to be for something else. So we need to grab that, and well, we need to grab all this, and then we're going to go ahead and put it here. Oh, you know what? We already have the entity sprite, so we won't. As long as we do this function after this function, then this should already be set, and we shouldn't need to deal with it. We should just need this line. We should just need this line right here. So let's grab that. And something like this. And the ham is going to be something else. So we're going to call this thing. We're going to have stuff and things in here. We've got thing and stuff. So we're going to draw the thing on the surface. And then we're going to do that. And so we're going to do that. Get drawing surface. That should be fine. And then... this looks good. So we have the 25 plus we have the tile position. So then we're going to do, we're going to basically go like 4 int I equals 0, I is less than stuff dot count. No, why is it giving me that? That we need to just know the size of it. It's 32. So I plus plus, and then we're just going to say boop, 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 and we're going to say here actually if stuff I.id equals 0, continue. And so then we need to go where we implemented all our definition earlier. We're going to go change that. We started them off with ID 0. We want them to have ID of 1, 2, and 3 instead, so that, you know, they all exist. There we go. So now that we've done that, we can actually go pull out the thing. So we're gonna have the ID stuff handled. So I'm gonna say int gfx ID equals get stuff graphic, and we're gonna define a table, a lookup function for that function. So we could do a table, actually. We could do like an array lookup, or we could define it as a function like this. I don't know which way I want to do it. Let's say we say define stuff graphic, like so, and we go int stuff graphic 32. Well, I don't know how many definitions we're going to need. If we look at our instruction set, which we defined and then pasted into our document earlier, we have an instruction set for this somewhere. I think it's scrolling up is the right way. We have 7 instructions, potentially 7 instructions. So we'll go ahead and define that in here as 7. Yeah. Do we want a null instruction? No, maybe we want a null. Yeah, I think we want a null instruction. But if we have a null instruction, we just make that 0 and then make this 8. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to say stuff graphic. I can't type. Stuff graphic 0 is going to be equal to. Let's just go pick a random nothing sprite. Maybe we have one in GUI. Or maybe in objects, or maybe in default. Where's default? There's default. We use this, right? 2040. Yeah, we use 2040. It looks pretty good. All right, 2040. And then we just do this for each of the stuffs. So we're going to just define, I guess, 8. And for now, they can all just be 2040s. I don't care. We'll change it in the future. And then instead of this, we just say stuff graphic, and then the ID. So stuff I.id, like so. And then that gives that, and then we can go over here. And we can go like that. And then we can draw the thing where it needs to go. So instead of being here, it's going to be stuff I.x and stuff I.y over here. Actually, well, that's not right. That's the offset. There you go. And we can delete the offset. We don't need an offset for this stuff. Okay, we got that. And that should work now. Oh no, it won't work. Let me stop you right there, buddy. We need to call define stuff graphic. Now there's a problem. Oh, I didn't put a semicolon. I don't know what I was doing there. All right. Good, good. There's a bug. There's a bug. Stuff graphic 8 doesn't exist because it shouldn't exist. That was an error on my part. All right, we have our things in the maze. Good. Obviously, they'll need some graphics. So I guessed that was where that wanted to go. We want it to be on 8, not 7. And this, we want it to be over here. And this needs to be a button. And this is just a random thing I just randomly placed. So we'll move this left one, we'll move this right one, and we'll put this one, I think we'll put it here. And maybe we'll define one more here. And obviously we want the target, so we'll put that here as well. So let me just think of the coordinates. Here we got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 and 3. 4, 3. And some other, we'll just make up the other ones. We'll get it. We'll get it eventually. Here. Let's grab all of this part right here. We'll move down to the initialization of the graphic area as well, so we can actually see what we are doing. So that will be 8. That one will be 8. That one will be 6. And then we'll put another one in here, like this. It'll be 3. And that one will be ID 4. And that one will be 4 and 3. And then we'll do... so let's say exit. Or goal. Thing. I don't know what these things will be yet. Continuous forward. We'll define. One of these needs to be a button. I think this is the button. 4, 3. No, this is the button. No, this is the button. Button to operate a door. And this will need to have a target Y, target X, and it will also need door bit, or I guess we say toggle bit. And that will be, so if we go open up tiled, oh look, it opened up what we were working on. So we know that it wants to be this position, so it is 2 and 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2 and 5, 5 and 2, 5 and 2. Let's make that 5 and that 2, and then we obviously need to go set these values up in the struct definition. hold on. Which bit to toggle in the target? Which target tile to operate on with this button? So this isn't very good. Because if I want to do a puzzle where you have to like step on buttons in a certain sequence to unlock all the freaking doors, and it's like, say I have 4 doors in a row. Let's draw it. File new. I don't know, like 600 by 300. Okay. Move the preview out of the way over here. So like, say we had like a doorway here, and a doorway here, and a doorway here, and a doorway here, and you had to go through those, right? You have to go through this corridor to get to somewhere, and there's like a series of buttons somewhere else, right? There's a series of like, say 3 or 4 buttons somewhere. You have to step on them in the right sequence. This button toggles this door and this door. This button toggles maybe these 2 doors, and this button toggles this door and this door, and this button toggles this door and that door. So and like the state of the door is like open close or something like that, right? And like as you step on them, like they will like flip flop the doors so you have to like figure out what the sequence is to press in the buttons in the right order in order to open all the doors, and then you can go through. I'm sure you've seen a puzzle like that before, and if you haven't, then you're lucky. We may want to implement something like that. So like, if you step on this button, we know that these 2 doors are going to toggle. So like, if this one's open and this one's closed, then it's going to be closed and open. But then you step on this button and it's like, okay, now that one's open and that one's open, and this one, which was open, is now closed. If it's like open, closed, we go step on this, it's closed, open, closed. And then you step on this, it's like open, closed, or something. I forget. You know what I mean, though. You get my point. And so you have to figure out the right sequence to step on the buttons in order to open all the doors. We can't do that with the model that I just defined. It's not possible with this model. Unless okay, so that might do it. So when we step on it, both of these actions will happen at the same time because they exist on the same frame. The buttons exist on the same tile, so they'll both toggle the door state of their target tiles. One of them is already open and one of them is already closed. When we step on it, it's going to like close one and open the other. So maybe it's possible to do what I just said that I wanted to do without having to overload the state of the struct any further. Interesting. All right, let's move on. Does anybody want me to slow down and explain anything, or is everything really obvious right now? Super obvious, totally get it all? Okay, good. Excellent. So we're going to go through and do all these things. So basically, all this is responsible for at the moment is rendering. But we want to check if the hamster is currently on ourself. So if I think it's hx, is that right? Hx, yeah, equals stuff I dot x. So if the hamster is on my x coordinate, and I want to do an and, hamster is on my y coordinate, do the thing. So we're going to say do stuff, and we'll give I as the thing to do, and we'll handle that elsewhere, so this function doesn't get too bloated. Function do stuff int stuff ID. This is so dumb. I'm really glad that I'm using the variable name stuff and things, though. That's making this all worthwhile. So we're going to do stuff with the stuff ID, and that's basically going to say switch. You know what? I'm being nice to myself and just say ID. And I'm going to switch on the ID. No, I'm going to switch on the stuff ID. Dot ID, which is obviously confusing. I'm going to call this index. I'm just going to call it I. I'm just calling it I. Okay. Just don't want to be too confused when I read this in the future. Like, index, ID, what? It's confusing. Anyway, stuff ID. Based on the ID, that's the type of the thing. We're going to have a case for... we're going to have a case for 0, which is just going to return. Case for 1, which is, I believe we said it was going to be a continuously moving forward thing, which if I was to look at our documentation, that was going to be caret. So we'll put caret in there. Still more logic than Grandia 3. Yeah, probably. Break. So we got a caret, and that is continuous move forward. We did come up with instruction names, didn't we? Forward C, yeah. So this is just forward C. I don't know how many of these we need. I lost count. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9. I don't know if we need 9, but buttons were not a instruction. Oh man, I missed out on Grandia 3. On the one hand, awesome, I didn't have to watch any of that nonsense, but also I've been curious to see how you're going to go with it. So you figured out a bit more of the game today, but it was so dumb. Please tell me, because I don't want to spoil anything, but I want to know what you figured out. I want to know where we're at. So you didn't finish it yet, huh? I would love to know more. Anyways, so we got forward. I'm going to define these instructions in the order that I define in the file, actually, because it just makes my brain a little happier to do it that way. There it is. There's that canned laughter.
Well. What have we here?
Oh my gosh.
So we got, you know what? I'll just do this. Control C. Control V. All right, so this is going to be a raisin. That's going to be a caret, and that's just going to be forward. S for step forward. This one's going to be turn right, and that is a P. This is going to be almond. Whoops, wrong area. Almond. And this is going to be turn left. And this one is going to be broccoli. I lost my spot. Broccoli, and that's going to be back stem. I don't know if we're going to support this one. I don't really feel like doing it. And then it's back continuous as well. Look, maybe we'll implement these at some point, but I don't feel like it. You know what I mean? Just don't feel like it. Mealworm. Jump. I probably won't implement jumping either. So let's implement that, but first we need to go to our defining of stuff, and we need to, which is above where we just were, I believe. Now we know it should be 8, not 2. 8. So no spoilers, but I was talking to that dude that trades you garbage for gems. Yeah, that guy. And he asked for a machete. I gave him one, and he said that it was chipped, but he'll give me this instead. He then gave me the bloody seeds, which I then put in the fish cream machine. So I got 2 out of 3 items now. Nice. Well done. Well done. It's such a stupid game. It is such a stupid game. Well done. It's a terrible, terrible game. Everything is goddamn random. Oh my god. I hate that game so much. It's such a bad game. Oh boy, we're having fun now. That's amazing. I don't know if it is. I don't know if it is. All right, let's implement the button logic. So basically the button logic needs to know about all of the things that we just defined up here. So we're just gonna go yoink like so. And then we're gonna go pasting it right here. And we're gonna say, I don't even know if I can, like, I don't know if I'm allowed to say interrupt thing equals stuff I don't know if I'm allowed to do that, but I hope I'm allowed to do that, because then I could do this, and then I don't need to worry about typing in brackets all the time. I can just do this. You know what I mean? This would be nice if I could do that. And then I can say int tx equals that. Int ty, I didn't say text, equals that. And then I can say int bits equals that. And then I can say tiles tx plus ty times width equals XOR? Right? I think I want XOR. Is it the caret? Is it the same symbol in AGS as everything else? Probably is. AGS XOR. AGS script XOR. I'm just gonna assume it. I'm just gonna assume it. Bits XOR itself And then I'm going to have a variable bool require redraw equals false. Oh, wait. Yeah. Equals true. Return require redraw. And then we have here bool redraw equals false. And then if redraw the tile map background render tile Yeah, you can't do the thing that I wanted to do. Why not? You can't convert from interrupt to interrupt. Of course you can't. What about if I just do that? Is that allowed? Cannot declare pointer type in non-managed type. Of course you can't freaking do that. Because why would you be able to do that? It'll just freaking... You just have to... Shit. Fucking language. Fuck off. Piece of shit. Fucking stupid crap. Freaking problem. Well, tiles isn't defined. Why isn't tiles defined? Is it called tile or something like that? Maybe. It's called tile. Oh no, you can't do that. Why can't you do that? You got this in the room X. Yeah, right. Any array index outside of bounds should only be up to 8. Bounds is 0 to 7. Stuff graphic. Stuff ID. Stuff graphic. Let's see if it crashes when we step on the tile. It did nothing. Okay, that's good. Hamster rendering should be done after everything else, obviously. I just realized that. It did nothing. It appeared to do nothing. Okay, let's just do some like basic things. Let's do some basic things. We'll create an on-screen debug visualization because the debugger is a piece of turd. A massive turd. So we're gonna do a debug visualization somehow. I gotta think about that for a second. What do I care about? I care about the tile that I'm on, and I care about what it has as a stuff or a thing. A thing in the stuffs. What things are in the stuff on the tile that I'm on. That's what I care about. So I should... I'm thinking. I don't know what I should do. I kind of want the positional stuff of the hamster update, and then I want it to render later on. So maybe I should move the render hamster to its own thing. Where's the rendering occur? Right here. Order of operations issue. Okay. Okay, we're no longer seeing our stuff anymore. We're misaligned, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. It'll correct itself. There you go. Yeah, alignment's fine. What? So, as I understand it, when we stand on here, it should toggle that stuff. It should only toggle it when we enter it, not while we're on it continuously. So, we need to be like... We need to know... I only trigger this... Oh, excuse me. Once per standing on it. Right now, it should be flickering. I was expecting flickering, and I didn't see any flickering. Okay, so while we're updating our stuff, if we ever do hit the thing, like so, we want to just say, we want to just go to like a, like, we'll just say like log, equals, string dot format, %s slash n, %s or something like that. %s, maybe we do it like that, and then we can just say like the log, and then no, log doesn't exist yet, but you're getting confused because I string log equals nothing. So then we say like log, and then the thing we actually want to say, which is like string message equals string dot format, and then we just say % d comma %d in like these lovely square brackets. Whoops, lovely square brackets. And then we'll just have a space. No, we'll just do like let's just do ID. So t colon %d. And I want all of its values as well, so not the x and y, but like the tx % d ty %d bits %d for now that's all like we really care about, I guess. Yeah, and then we just need to feed those bits in, so we're going to say stuff I dot x y, and this is a long debug message. So we got x, y, the type, and then I put the word type, tx, ty, and b. Okay, so yeah, type is ID, target x, target y, and target toggle bit. That's on like that, and then message. Oop. And then surface dot draw. I haven't spelled surface right. Surface dot draw string. I don't know, like 0, 30, that one, log, and then like surface dot drawing color equals white, I don't know what number to put. Let me look at the colors. This is getting tiring. This is tiring because I should just be able to debug this and not have to do all this logging crap. Let's just make it white. 65533. No, 65535. I should remember that number by now, but for some reason I don't. Thank you.
Taylor's cheered 100 bits.
Holy crap. Hi, thank you.
BINGO, BINGO, and BINGO, and bingo was his nameo.
That's right. That's right. Thank you. Thank you for the 100 bits, Pi. Thanks for supporting my efforts with your bingo. I know I was spelling some things, wasn't I? It happens sometimes. Why are you saying bad words about my parse error? Did I spell surface wrong? Parse error at surface. Oh my god. Okay, I'm just dumb, that's all. Hooray! Let's go to the lobby. No! Curse you! Evil spirit! Where's my drawings? I want my drawings back! No! How come it's not drawing the string? Somebody who's smart, tell me right now. Is it possible that we're not stepping on stuff? Oh my gosh, HX, HY, man. HY, man. That's why nothing was working. God damn it. Ah, what a moron. Can't believe you guys watched this. I'm just kidding. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Hey, it works. I noticed that, but I thought it was intended. Oh, you did? Oh man, it would have helped, but I found it. I found it. So this is 8 and 0. Makes sense. Why is there like a little mark there? Did I say like to put a little mark there? I did not. I'm just going to accept it. Just going to accept it. Okay, so it's type 1, and it doesn't have any of the other things set, because it shouldn't have. Alright, we're good now. We're back. Alright, it's 4-3. Type 4. Everything else is what I expected to say. Hey, it's doing the flicker. It's flickering the wrong thing, but it's doing it. 6-4, type 8, target 5-2. Let's see. Oh yeah, it should be 5-1 because it's 0 based. That's the mistake. Hey, for some reason it didn't go to a new line. Oh, you know what? /n is probably not correct. It's probably like /r/n or something like that. How do I tell it to do a new line? I don't know. I thought it was /n, man. I honestly thought /n would do it. Let me try /r/n. See if it's a DOS format. Yeah, I know. I know, Cobra. Yeah, it didn't work. Oh well. So its target is 4 and 2 and 32 also. So it shouldn't be 32. It should be a different one. We should be seeing flickering on 2 tiles, though. I feel we should be seeing flickering on 2 tiles. We're only seeing flickering on 1 at the moment. That's fine. I'll go update the things. So, this one should be... Why 4? Oh, no, target. Target's what I'm interested in. So it should be 1, and this one should be 4-1. And this one is 6-4 is correct. And then door left. This should be door right. Right? No, wait. It should be door left because it's like the one next to it. Yeah, no. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, we want the door to the left of each of those tiles should be flickering. Let's just re-examine. New lines might actually be a thing I can implement. But I don't know how. It might be like I need to use like the there's like drawstring wrap or something like that. I might need to use that instead. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's flickering the right thing now. But so let's do the checks. So TX5 and TX1. So 0, 1, 2, 3. Hold up. This is too hard to count. Let's count it down this because there's enough things here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Door left. That's this one. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Which is TX4 and 1. So that one should be this one. So this should be flickering. There should also be a flickering line to the left of that tile. But there isn't. Because... maybe because it's not initially set and the XOR function is not quite right. XOR should flip the bit, right? So if it's on, it should go off, and if it's off, it should go on. That's how XOR's supposed to work, right? I think that's how it works. Like, does Google let me do... like, if I do 8 XOR 8, does it give me the answer? Oh, no, that's not an XOR. Oh, okay. What if I do 8 XOR 8? Like that. Does that... XOR calculator online? God, really? Just give me the binary inputs, because I don't want to think about base... it doesn't matter. Whatever. 8. This is a terrible calculator. Calculate it. Should be 0, right? And then if I do... and if I put 0 into the, like, the tile side of it, and keep the toggle bit here, it should be 8. Yeah, and if I put, like, say I put 16 here, so and leave that as that, it should be 24. And then I put 24 in, and then it should be 16, right? So it should be doing what I want it to do. I'm not incorrect. I don't know. I just felt like I needed to validate that in case I was being dumb for some reason, but I'm not being dumb. It's basic binary bit switching stuff. Like, it should work. Why would this one not be flickering as well? Should have flickering in 2 tiles right now, and I can only see flickering in 1 tile. That's what's confusing me. We should be hitting both of the cases. Unless maybe I typed something wrong. That's possible, right? ID 8. Stuff 4, stuff 1, 6 and 4, that's the correct tile. Target is 4, 1, and the other target is 5, 1. Toggle bit door left. What if I switch this to 5, 1? And I switch this to 4, 1? What if that, like, maybe there's something else going on? Is it looping when it shouldn't be? I mean, I don't know. I should change the hamster start position to something closer to the destination. So only the first one is being activated. The second one is not being activated for some reason. I don't know why that would be. It's being logged, so it should be getting activated too. What if there's just like an order, operation order thing with the redraw? Like if this is true and it sees an ore, it might just be it might be shortcutting. It might be short-circuiting. I didn't think about that until just now. It's probably short-circuiting. It's like, oh, it's already true, man. So it needs to be after it. That's probably literally what's happening. Hidden logic. I should have thought of that. That's actually kind of obvious. I should have seen that way earlier. I shouldn't have written it that way in the first place, to be honest. What a dummy. My excuse is that I've been programming a lot less and doing a lot more art lately, so that's my excuse. I'm going to stick with it. But now we're seeing the things flickering because it's that we're doing the ore after the operation and not before the operation. So that's why. All right, it's working perfectly. We're seeing the dual flickering doors now. Not that we probably won't need this logic. I'm just making it have all the power that I want. Is it looping when it shouldn't be? No. No, it's not. All right, let's find out about this /r/n business. Maybe there's a reason. See, look at that. When I chose to step off the tile, now we've got like that state. But if I do this, and maybe we'll get lucky if I do this a couple of times, and it'll be the other way around. Although, no, it won't. Oh, no, it will. Okay, it will. There you go. So this is the original state. I don't know what to think about this, actually. Yeah, so obviously we want them only to trigger when you first step on them. So maybe we just have the tile track its own state of like, hey, there's a hamster on me right now. And we always set that before we do the check. And when we come out of the check, we set it. And that means every tile needs to track its own thing. But it might be easier than me like programming an extra layer of logic somewhere else. I think like making the tiles take care of that business themselves is like, seems nice to me. Because I thought it was running over and over since the handler's in the tile in Unity. Yeah, I'm not doing any. I'm programming. It's not Unity. I already explained why it's doing the loop. I told it to. I haven't done that. I was just talking about what my solution for that is right now, actually. Yeah. So when you enter the tile, like, yeah, basically it's like a non-enter sort of thing, but I got to track that myself. I'm really not using much of AGS's functionality right now. I'm doing this entirely myself, basically. Hey, Kareef, good to see ya. So essentially what I need to do in the definition of what do I call this? Interrupt. I call this an interrupt. Okay. It's like the only thing that's properly named is interrupt. Everything else is wrong. That's fine. And even then, I might want to change that name to like entity, but I feel like entity's too generic. But anyway, we're gonna say int, and we'll call this occupy. And by default, it's on 0. And then here. No, we'll do it all down here. So on the stuff, we're gonna just say stuff I dot occupy is 0, and then we'll say if redraw it equals 1, and then Ooh, hang on a second. Oh man, I had the idea in my head of where the logic should sit, and then when I started typing it in, I've started typing it in wrong. I took too long between thinking of it and then doing it. Now I got to think of it again. So basically, what I want to do is like not this. I want to say occupy is set to 1 if we're occupied by the hamster, and then it should reset only when the hamster no longer is within itself. So I want to do like an else here, and then I want to say stuff god damn it, I dot occupy equals 0. Yeah, and then we're gonna say we'll set it to 1 here. And then in do stuff, I really wish there was like a navigate to function in this editor. It's a piece of crap editor. Anyway, here I'm just gonna say if stuff I dot occupy equals 0, do all this. That should do it. So let's just toggle it once. And if I step on it again, it'll toggle it again. So that'll be a cool trick to play, and then you have to go somewhere else to like trigger another button maybe. Did I want this to be here? I thought I wanted it here. So it needs to be 5-3. But anyway, logic implemented. Now you can move the door, and obviously if I go up to that, I should be able to like walk onto that tile, but not the next one, which is logic correct. The little hamster looks cute. I like the hamster. The question is, do I want to just like move this like up a layer or something? I don't know. But anyways, so if we hit on this, then we want to say like hamster walk, what? Hamster walk. I forget what I called it. What was it called? Hamster. I thought I called it a hamster walk or something. Like, was it walk forward? I don't know. Anyways, we want this to like do the things when things are supposed to be done. So like we want to actually like insert in front of the current item in the queue. Excuse me. So basically, we need to do the queuing. We need to, like, before we can write the code for like what we do next, we actually should implement the queue and like remove the player, remove the user input with the arrow keys, or at least like maybe we can leave the user input for the arrow keys, but like we want to have the concept for the queue implemented pretty much fully, I think. Yeah. So we're gonna need to create some little graphics for raisin, carrot, pea, almond, broccoli, sunflower, mealworm. Or we can just, for now, we can just program like to render a rectangle with like, you know, a brown raisin, a orange carrot, green pea, different brown almond, different green broccoli, yellow sunflower, and white mealworm or something like that. So we can see all of the things. Although we aren't, honestly, like, I'll just put a little X in front of the instructions we're not going to implement right away. We should be able to get away with these 4 instructions to make a fun puzzle. These would also be fun. Broccoli, sunflower seed. Those would also be fun. We have no reason for mealworm right now, and I don't know that I'm going to implement a reason for mealworms. Like, a hole in the ground, like, what does that mean? Like, I don't know what that would mean for us. Or, like, objects in there, like, things you want to jump over. Maybe, I guess you could, like, jump over a sunflower seed if you don't want to, like... I mean, maybe that's a thing. Like, maybe that could be fun, having jumping over a tile. I'd have to do a jump animation, because we don't have one. But that could be fun. Could be fun to do, like, jump over certain things, obstacles, but, like, you only get, like, a very limited number of jumps, and you have to find the right place to use them. It's fine. I think we'll be okay. So let's implement the queue. The instruction queue. I think it's just going to be int q. And we'll allow, like, I don't know, 32 instructions. Do we do a linked list? Or do we not care? I think we just don't care. We just write extra code and be angry at ourselves for the extra code. Somebody tell me if this is right. I don't even know right now. I want to get another cup of tea. Stretch my legs a little bit. So basically we have a queue, and in the queue we have like what the insert point is in the queue, like where the like current, like the queue length basically. And if you want to add something to the queue, just like normally adding an instruction, this is how it looks. You're welcome for the shout out. I just felt like doing it. So the index that we're going to insert to is like the return value. If QI is already at 32, then we can't insert anymore. We're at the maximum of the array can handle. So we return a -1 and say we can't do it basically. And then we set the Q index to the instruction and we increment that index, and we return what the index was that we inserted to. We don't need this return. It's there because then if we want to insert something at the current point, like we want to insert an interrupted instruction, this is like inserting an interrupt. In fact, maybe I should say insert interrupt. And what we should do if we hit this, we need to halt our current instruction. If it's a continuous moving instruction, we need to halt that and actually start executing this instruction instead. So if we have like a continuous move forward, which is the only one that can be halted, we need to just check that we're not currently executing a continuous move forward. And if we are, then we need to like halt continuous move forward, as if we've run into a wall or something. And we need to process this interrupt, which is going to be like inserting onto the queue. So then it'll just like halt it and then play the next thing on the queue, which will be the thing we just picked up. And so that's what this is supposed to do. This is supposed to insert one into the queue. So we're just going to say going from the end of the queue, stepping our way backwards through the queue, take the thing in front of us, basically. And once that's all done, inserting at the next instruction, insert our thing, like the interrupt, so that we don't repeat the instruction that we just did. It's going to override it. And so then when the queue naturally like moves to the next instruction because it's completed, it'll like execute the thing we just inserted at that point. I think that this logic is correct, but I don't know if I typed it down right, is the only thing. And we could have done a linked list, which would have made this logic like way simpler, but like then I'd have to implement a linked list, and I don't really want to do that. Yeah. Also, this engine, the way the scripting language works, implementing a linked list is probably like really annoyingly difficult, I think, actually. Well, annoyingly difficult in that you can't have dynamic arrays of custom structs, because it's a shit language. Anyway, we'll resume this in a minute. I'm gonna go get some tea or coffee. I'm gonna get coffee. I need a coffee. I need some chocolate too. I'm gonna see if we've got some like Tim Tams. Maybe I'll do a Tim Tam slam. I chose the language. No, I didn't choose a language. I chose the engine. The engine only allows me to use this language. And like, this is for the poll. You're right. I chose it, but it is the best tool for the job, according to my matrix. It scored 9.1875. on this matrix, which is more than 2 points ahead, or it's about 2 points ahead of the next best option, which is making my own engine in C. And if I was going to make my own engine in C, I'd probably implement a language. I'd probably write my own language. Maybe. I don't know if I would or not. There's a high chance I would implement a DSL for this if I was going to make my own engine for an adventure game. Why not use C in your own engine? I would start that way, and I'd probably get to a point where I'm like, oh, I want this to be generic, more generic. Because, like, I don't want to have to program specific for each room, like, each of the things. Like, it's plausible I'd just program it and just stick with C the whole time. But I think once I'm like, oh, I want to add another room, like, all of that's like, yeah, you could totally do that. And, like, I'm sure there would come a point where I'm like, oh, actually, I want to do something slightly different here. I'm sure there would be a reason why I'd be like, a DSL makes sense. I mean, even when I was writing the shmup in C from scratch, like just the from scratch one, and when I say from scratch, it was like truly from scratch. Like I wasn't using any libraries other than like very basic parts of like C. Like I used some Windows. I imported the Windows libraries, obviously, because I need to be able to display graphics and open a window and stuff like that. But like other than that, I was just using very basic C standard runtime stuff. Anyway, even when I was doing that, I was like, oh, I want the levels to, like, you know, be able to load from a file, right? And then metaprogramming is alluring, it's true. But like, I just was like, oh, I'll just implement like a file format for the levels. But the levels had like, there's a little bit of like almost logic-y type stuff that I needed to implement. And so I just started, like, I just wrote the level format, but like, it's kind of like, it's almost a DSL. And I wrote two DSLs. One of them is more of a DSL than the other, which is the movement patterns for enemies, like on the map. Like I want them to move in a certain pattern, and I want to be able to like control how that pattern works. So I wrote like a little DSL for that as well. So like it's just like, oh, you want to do this thing and you want to be able to load it from a data file rather than hand coding everything. Like as soon as you get to a point where it's like this is level specific and not like I want to be able to do generic things, like rooms should be fairly generic. I shouldn't have to program everything for the room in the engine. Then you're like, oh, it's just naturally will become like a loosely, it'll become like either an instructional data format that's almost a DSL, or you'll end up with a full language. Like it just happens as like part of the process of like implementing things. I feel like if you abstract it to a certain level, like I need to load this stuff in, I need to behave in a certain way, you start to do it. It's like, it might not fully evolve into a full DSL, but it's like pretty close. And then it's like, well, why not just finish the job, right? So yeah, that was like the big detractor from this, is like, I probably will end up like programming a lot more. So like the complexity rating and the fitness rating is like, I lowered that because I could see in my mind like, oh, if I use that, I'm going to end up doing a lot of extra work around supporting the tool set and the functionality that I want to support. Whereas with AGS, it's like, it's already there and it's not that complicated. It just gets annoying. AGS just gets annoying. It's not like really problematic. It's just annoying. Like, oh, I wanted to do it this way. I can't because the language is crap. Oh, well. I wanted to do it this way, but I can't because the UI is crap. I wanted to do it this way, but I can't because they only allow hotspots to occupy... A single hotspot can only occupy 1 pixel. So, if you want 2 hotspots that overlap at different times, you have to make 2 different rooms. Like, that's pretty dumb. Or you program your hotspot code to be like, what state am I in? Oh, then I should behave like that hotspot, not this hotspot, or whatever. Like, it's like, you have to do some kind of abstraction at some point to, like, handle that. And that's, like, just, like, a limitation of the way they've implemented hotspots. Like, they don't have to work that way. And, like, I could go on and on. Like, using the tool itself as an editor is bad for a lot of reasons. I go on and on why I don't like AGS, but it's still the best tool for the job, and I like it. Overwhelmingly, I still like it more than I don't. So yeah, I complain as much as I like. I still like the tool. Yeah, overlapping hotspots without implied state is wait, what? Is overlapping hotspots without implied state that common? So the state would be like, oh, I've already done the action for that hotspot, so now that hotspot, I don't want it to exist anymore. But there's another hotspot that I want to overlap. I'll give you an example right now. I have an example prepared. In this room, I have hotspots, right? There's this hotspot. This is the name bookshelf, and when you hover over it, it says books. There's another hotspot behind this book. Or did I change this because I got annoyed? I might have changed this because I got annoyed. I'm not sure. Let's see. What's collapsed bookshelf? That's that. I might have changed this because I got annoyed, actually. I think I changed it to an object. But this is a case in point, right? Like, I made it an object because I couldn't do what I wanted to do. Which is, I wanted there to be a hotspot here for the book that you pick up. And so it's like, it says books when you're hovering over it, but it says book when you hover over the book. Can I Control Z that move or not? No, I can't. Because that's another annoying thing about the editor. Yeah. So like, as you hover over it, you're like, it says books, but then you see the book and it says book. I would like that. And you know, like this, I guess technically, like maybe I want this to be like somewhere else. And then like, I don't know. It's a bit of a problem. After you've found the book, like this part of the ground, I kind of want you to be able to walk past it because the book's no longer there. Like, maybe I need to make this like 2 hotspots and disable this hotspot. I'm planning to add more stuff into the background as well. I'm going to draw a little bit more detail in there with like more books and paraphernalia on the ground. So it'll say like books, and it'll make sense that it's saying books. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe that'll change a little bit, but yeah. It's usual with we complain because we care and know it can be a better approach. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like this definitely could be a lot better. Do I bother implementing, like, do I bother like starting to work on the open source code? No, I probably won't. If I was gonna, I might at some point do that, but right now I'm not feeling like doing that. I feel more like maybe I'd program my own thing. But there are a hell of a lot of advantages to using this engine. Like deployment right now, it supports, like by default, it supports Linux, Windows, web, and Android deployments out of the box. I believe there's also ways you can get it to run on Mac and on the other platforms, like Switch, for example. So, like, that's pretty big. Me implementing all of that stuff, like, it would take me a little bit of time for each of those platforms to get it working right, if I was programming myself. So that's a pretty big win. OS 2, I don't know about that. I don't think so. Maybe older versions of AGS, there might be a way to do that. I don't know. But the reason that it's so portable is because it does have its own scripting language and stuff like that, right? So the thing that I'm frustrated with is what allows it to be supported on many platforms. It's like the fact that I get annoyed with some of this like language features. Like, yeah, sure, you can be annoyed about it, but at the end of the day, that's what lets you deploy to all those different platforms, because it's just an engine wrapper that executes that language and your assets and everything else. That's all getting interpreted by the engine on the platform, so I don't have to care about the platform. So there's advantages to it. I mean, I can probably write C code for every single one of those platforms, and it would compile and work on each of those, and I could make my engine cross-compile. Probably no problem. Like, it's just like I gotta spend some hours on it getting those builds working. So like in theory I could catch up parity with it fairly quickly, but like then like whatever, like if I wrote everything in C and never implemented a DSL, like it would be very portable then. I don't know. And then, like, you know, maybe I could port to DOS really easily too, whereas with this I don't think I can port to DOS that easily. At least, like, I don't think I can. Maybe somebody's got a library out there that does it. Maybe somebody's got a way to do that. But anyway, that was the intermission. of me talking about crap. And now I'm going to go make a coffee. I'll be back in a minute. Don't go anywhere. And if you do, come back in like 5-10 minutes. I'll be back too. All right, I'm going to turn the music up and I'm going to put on the One Must Fall soundtrack. Enjoy that while I'm gone. Hello, it's me. I'm back. I have devastating news, unfortunately. Devastating news. Terrible, terrible news. Horrible. The worst. We have no Tim Tams. We don't even have any chocolate. I got nothing. I just got my coffee. Yeah, stream cancelled for the rest of ever. No, it'll be all right. I'll live. I went and asked my wife, and she's like, "Well, they were just sitting there." Okay. Fine. There's none left. So yeah, terrible news, unfortunately. But hey, it is what it is. You can order pizza. No, I can't. I can't order pizza tonight. I don't think I'm gonna have time for pizza. Yeah, the screen turns black and it like fades to black and fades in with the changes. I've already done that in this game. I've done that. So, like, if I... Wait, what? Oh, there's a bug? What? Oh, that's supposed to be Q at, right? Anyway. Yeah, so... If we go over here... Let's put that music back on. I did this thing. So that's like... You know... Oh, you know what? I didn't even disable the hotspot. But, this was just because I didn't want to animate it. I just didn't want to animate, like, pulling the microwave apart, so... That's a different story. Alright, we have to actually implement something to do with the queue. Wait, where'd my queue? Oh, there's Q. Okay, yeah. Q, QI, QAdd. I don't know what I'm doing at all. Okay, first of all, let's just make a plan and we'll implement the queue for the plan. Whoa, I didn't mean to resize it. Whatever. Hamster, maze. You can resize again. There we go. So we're facing this way already. So if I if I wanted the instructions to like work, right now, I just want, like, let's just say I want him to walk forward like continuously. When he consumes this instruction, it should stop walking forward continuously. And I'm not going to make that instruction do anything. I'm not going to implement that. So I just want him to like continuously walk forward until he runs into a wall. Or until he runs into a thing that he eats. And then whatever that thing is should get added to the queue and it should execute. So like, I'll make that a turn right. And so I'll make the queue continuously walk forward, just two entries. And then the goal obviously is to get it to walk into this, eat that, and then turn, because that's what the instruction is, and then walk into this wall. If we can get it to do that without human intervention, we're good. So let's pretend we know what we're doing. I'm going to say add, we're just going to call the add queue function. And this is going to happen like here someplace. Yeah, right here. So the first instruction is continuous move forward, which should be 2. It's number 2. I may want to do like an enum or like at least named variables for that. I don't know. But it's 2. Forward continuous. Add queue. We just do that twice. That's it. Let's just see what, like, obviously we need to actually have that instruction execute. So it's going to happen in here. Hamster updating code. So at the moment, this is like, if the animation index is currently 1, then walk forward. Which should be fine. Okay. So where's the instruction handling bit? It's in here somewhere. Ah, here it is. So continuously walk forward. So we're gonna just say I'm just gonna add a hamster state because I can. I'm gonna add a thing that's like H continuous. I'm just gonna say H continuous walking or something. Can't walk. I might mispronounce that poorly at some point. I hope I don't. H can't walk equals true. You know what? I'm gonna call it C walk just in case. Just say HC walk. Hamster continuous walk. There you go. Equals true. And where we define all of our hamster stuff at the moment is because it's not in an enum. I mean, it's not in a struct. I'm still thinking about enums for the instruction names. Where do we define the hamsterness? It's all here. There we go. So int HC walk. I'm say that equals false. It's not an int. It's a boolean. Bool. Okay. Now, in this part here, we got this. If it's that, we're gonna actually just say if it's this instead, or if it's that. Either one. In fact, no. We'll leave it like that, and we'll just implement it in the HWalk forward bit. What's test walk forward do? Oh, it's right here. It's just that. It's just this logic. Yeah. Well, this is fine. So this code will only stop it if it should stop it. I mean, if it's bumping into something. So the handling of like continuous walk forwarding is not there. So continuous walking is not handled in any of those. It's handled right here, I think. Okay, this is the bumping. So that's fine. If we're walking, I really shouldn't, just to be clear, I know I shouldn't be using the animation index as like a state tracking thing. I should have state should be handled out like further away. But this is like such a simple thing. If I can do that and like I know how it works, I'm not handing this code over to anybody else. So it's gonna be fine. I know I should probably have like state machine somewhere and do things a little bit more like correctly, but I'm gonna handle it. I'm only gonna add the complexity that I need if I need to add the complexity, because that'll save me time now, and I'll pay for it in the future when I come back to this code and want to import it or something, and they'll be like, oh crap, I have to change the way all this stuff works, so I might as well just type it again. But I know the trade-off, and that's why I'm doing it the way I'm doing it. Thank you for the burp. I missed you yesterday. Mini Roach, I'm sorry you missed me yesterday. I did announce that I wasn't going to be on stream, but I think I didn't announce it enough, perhaps. I apologize for that. That's like entirely my fault. I should have posted on the Discord at least, like, hey, I'm not going to be online because of the fact that I'm going out. But yeah, I went out last night. I went out to a Twitch meetup, for a partner meetup, and I fist bumped the CEO of Twitch. I didn't say a single word to him. Actually, I waved and said, hey, and then I fist bumped him, but it was awkward. I'll leave it at that. Otherwise, I met a lot of cool people, met a lot of other cool Twitch streamers and stuff like that. So that was nice. I got to hang out with people that I know. But yeah, so I went and it was good. I didn't have anything to say to the CEO, and like I was there with MZizzy. MZizzy was like, you should like go talk to him and like get a photo with him and stuff. I'm like, you should do that. I don't have anything to say, but I eventually did the fist bump thing, which was awkward. I'll just say it. I'll just leave it at that. I'm not going to go into detail, but yeah. There you go. I went to the thing. I'm allowed to miss you regardless of what you do. That's true. You are allowed to miss me. I just thought it's my fault for not explaining why I wasn't going to be online. I did see the chat messages after I got home. I saw some messages in the chat on the channel. I was like, oh damn, I didn't do a good enough job of letting people know. So I felt bad about that. So sorry on my part for that. Any questions that he answered from the group? He actually did like a round table with 10 streamers. I wasn't in that thing, but I did talk to a couple of the other streamers who were in that, and it sounded like things went okay. I had questions that I think I could have asked, but it was like my questions are pretty like mundane questions, so I didn't bother asking them. But yeah, I think so okay, here's something I did learn. Here's something I learned. Twitch's goal at the moment is trying to help streamers increase their recurring subscriptions. Make that number go up for every streamer. That's their goal. Which obviously makes them more money, right? So it's like, that's a good thing for them. And like, I did hear, this is secondhand, but I did hear like the CEO had said, Dan, the CEO, had said his goal as to run Twitch is to not think of it as an Amazon company, but to try and make an independent thing that doesn't like that is sustainable, a sustainable business, which might be an indicator as to why there were more cuts in staff recently. I'm reading into it, but yeah. I hate automatically recurring subs. Yeah, so like Twitch want people to not hate them and to use them more. And that might be reflected in how much more difficult it is to use your Prime subs now too. Because like to get your Prime subs, you got to click several more times. It doesn't show you the Prime button. It's not the first thing you see anymore. You can't see it immediately. You have to like click through a couple of things to see it. So like that's the like this is not a news channel, and I don't want to like this is all secondhand information, but that's what I heard. So I don't know. I think like ultimately like that's a win-win situation for streamers and for Twitch, right? Like if they can increase that number for every streamer, that's a good thing. That's why I think they've been incentivizing with the Partner Plus program. Is like, hey, if you get more recurring subs, then you can get more of a cut. I still feel like that if they're going to give more of the cut, they should just do that across the board regardless of sub count, because other platforms manage to do it okay, but that's just my opinion. I don't know what their reasoning is. If they're trying to make money, I don't know. They got to pay the bills, of course. The bills are pretty extensive from what I understand. Like they use Amazon services, so like they've got AWS stuff that they use, and presumably like they pay as much as everybody else does, which is a bit silly. I feel that's a bit silly for them. They've got a competitive advantage by not paying for it, but maybe they do. I don't know. Feels like they should. Yeah, Twitch is probably making them enough money, but they like want to make it a standalone business. I guess if it's a standalone business, that means that Amazon can always just say, hey, we don't want Twitch anymore, and they could sell it to another provider, and they would still be making the money that Twitch was paying on AWS, right? So for them, and like that makes it also a more attractive purchase. If somebody looks at it and says like, oh no, they are covering all the costs of running the business, that is a more attractive thing to look at if you're doing your due diligence, and you can see that yes, they are paying for all the services, so nothing's going to like if we bought this, we're not going to lose money. That's hidden costs. There's no hidden cost there of acquisition. But yeah, I don't know. Like, again, I'm not privy to all of the information. I'm just speculating. But yeah, I'm not sure they're already profitable. I don't know if they're profitable either. Like, I think subs are a really good way to support the streamer, but there obviously are other ways you can support streamers that don't require subs, and I don't think Twitch can ever really get in on that unless they decide to just be very charitable and set up something like Coffee. The way Coffee works is like they essentially host the thing, and I have my thing there. You can give me money directly. I choose to give a percentage of that to them for additional services on top of what the default one is. So like it's called Coffee Gold or something like that, and it's like a small amount that I can pay each month to have additional things on Coffee so that I can use features there. But yeah, it's not like a thing, not a big deal. Well, where people can transcode on their side, that will mean less power and performance on their system, meaning they save money. Oh, I mean, I'm not sure I follow fully, but yeah. It's pronounced Oz. Yeah, you can say Oz if you want. Increasing the sub price to get more subs doesn't compute. Yeah, no, that side of it doesn't compute to me. I didn't ask anybody about that. It didn't occur to me at the time. I should have asked somebody like why the sub increase price. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one at all. I can't even speculate. I feel like right now is a good time to buck the trend if you're a business in operation, because there's a lot of companies that are increasing costs just because, right? There's a lot of like greedflation or whatever you want to call it, where people are like, corporate decisions are being made to increase the cost of things to the consumer without really having the need to do that. So they're increasing their profit margins by ridiculous amounts by increasing the cost to the consumer. I think now is a really good time if you're in a competitive market to not do that, and in fact to do the opposite and lower your margin, because you're going to grab more customers that way. Like Netflix right now, if they said half price, we're halving the price of all our subscriptions right now, they would accumulate a lot more customers. They would get more customers, they'd get more money, they'd probably make more money than they are now by halving the cost of a Netflix subscription. And it's silly that they don't do that, I think. Instead of increasing it like, oh, inflation, oh, it's so bad, oh, we better increase our prices by 70%, they should do the opposite. They should increase the number of tiers, add a level below the current minimum price, pull more non-subbing viewers. Twitch should do that. Add a higher tier to give stronger support to your favorite streamers. I think having 3 tiers already, that's like 4 tiers, 5 tiers, where do they stop, right? I don't know. I mean, maybe they could just have N tier subscriptions. They could do that. And then they have like a lower sub, like maybe a subscriber that also views ads would be good. So like they're like, oh, you can just continue to watch ads, but you can also support the streamer for like $2. Maybe that's a thing. I don't know. Double the price, lose half the subscriber base, meaning they save costs on operations with less users and earn more per user. Yeah, but I think if they did that more, like, they'd probably lose most of their customers, not some of their customers. But yeah. You can, as a streamer, enable ads for subs as well. I can. I would never do that, though. If anything, I want to be able to turn off ads. Like, honestly, I haven't looked at how much I've made on ad revenue over the last, say, 6 months, but I'm sure it's not enough for me to feel like it was a worthwhile thing. I don't think that Amazon or whoever's responsible for owning the ads, Twitch, I don't think Twitch pay the streamers enough for the advertising they do. If it was worth my while, like if I felt like what they were giving me justified it, like say, if I could double my income from Twitch by playing ads every hour, I would consider doing that, because that would bring me a lot closer to being able to be full-time on game dev and streaming, which is what I'm trying to do. Like, doubling my revenue would be a pretty big deal. That's not going to happen, though. They would never do that. So don't worry, we're not at risk of that happening. Fractal Mind advertisements, yeah, exactly. Just ads all the time. Sub plus tip model might work. Yeah. Being able to say, like, hey, I'm a tier 1 subscriber, or I'm a tier 3 subscriber, whatever, but I also want to pay an additional X on top that goes to the streamer. That could work. So if you're like tier 1 sub, but also I want to pay $10 a month because I like this streamer, that means they don't have to leave Twitch, and you're effectively getting what you get out of coffee, right? It's a thing. I shouldn't be talking about this. I've got limited time, and I should be working. So the reason I think one of the additional costs associated with subs does include chargeback protection. Yeah, chargeback protection is a thing. Using bits or subbing to a streamer does mean that Twitch eats the costs in case of a fraudulent purchase. But in the case of PayPal, Pirate Software has a short where they talk about it, and a chargeback of $1, a $1 donation costs about $15 to the streamer that's affected. Right. So if somebody hated me, they could go to Coffee and do $1 donations, like 10 $1 donations, and then charge back all of them, and then I'd be in for $150, which would suck. That would be horrible. I can see why that is. I can see why that would be a bit of a pain for Twitch to handle. That's the exact amount that they brought up. Oh, okay. I've never really watched anything Pirate Software. I've seen a few shorts people have posted in the Discord. I haven't. I'll be very clear. They seem like the kind of person I would like to watch. Like they do game dev streaming or something like that. So that's definitely like that's why I started watching Twitch. I just haven't seen them before, but they seem like a really good person. They seem to have a lot of hot takes that are like they make sense. So, that makes sense. I guess I got to start watching more of their content, but I don't know when I'm going to find the time to do it, unfortunately. Anyway, no, that's interesting. Interesting. I forgot what I was doing, so let's just do a quick recap. Maybe I can catch up with what I need. I just want to finish off, like, we're almost at a point where I could actually implement this puzzle. This puzzle needs to be implemented, but we got to do a little bit extra work. Now, I remember I was saying, like, oh, we're going to use this as like a state tracker, which I know we shouldn't be doing, but that's fine, we'll use it. And then I got HC walk. So that's the thing we're going to look about. So this is like where we got, if you're pressing up, it's instead, we're just going to say, if not continuous walk, then we reset back to the default idle animation. You know what? I'm going to do an OR because I do want to maintain the functionality of continuously walking. So I'm going to just do that or that for now. I'm just going to paste that down here. Eventually, the player isn't going to be able to control the hamster directly because that obviously defeats the purpose of the puzzle. But for debug purposes, it's very helpful for me to be able to like reposition the thing and then do whatever I want. So there's that. And then HC walk. This should happen if you bump into something. So then we got to go back and look at the bumpness, which is in here. I believe it's in here. So yeah, this is it. So if we bump, we want to just say bloop equals false. Okay. And now when does that get set to true? It gets set to true when we're playing out an instruction. Which I don't know where my this file's like getting a little bit ridiculous for navigating. It would be easier to navigate if I was using a better editor, but you know. Oh look, I already implemented that bit. Okay, so bloop 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 bloop, and then we just want to say h animation index equals 1 and h animation frame equals 0. So we start on the 0th frame of the walk animation. This is the walk animation. Okay, so that should continuously walk now. So do stuff will happen when we walk on a thing. So I believe we actually have a continuous walk already, right? Let me just check that listing. That is continuous forward. So I think we can work this out. So basically, I'm just going to tap forward like this. And when we walk onto that tile, it should continuously walk and bump into the wall. if I implemented the code for handling that, which I probably didn't. No, I didn't implement anything, did I? What does do stuff do? When does do stuff get called? No, I made it was 1, it should have been a 2. Oh my god. Okay. Oh yeah, we can't do that. All right, let me just say H facing this is turn right plus, right? That's the thing. And then if H facing is greater than 3, it equals 0. There we go. I feel like I'm doing the simpler thing, which is like not using the queue, not inserting the thing into the queue, which is probably actually smarter in the way that I'm doing this. Do stuff, best name for a function. It's a great name for a function. Backed by do stuff too, and do other stuff. Yeah. Yeah. All right, here we go. Away we go. All right, that was very good actually. So stuff i.id equals 0, so we only execute it once, it becomes a nothing, and actually stop rendering it too. All right, yeah, so it ate it and it turned. So like, for the turning, that'll be fine. And then we would just execute the next instruction, which is like a continuous walk forward or whatever we want to do, you know. Did I program something poorly? I think I did. Where is it? I can't see it. Oh, here it is. Okay, so if not HC walk or not is key pressed. Oh, this is like the inversion of the logic. So I probably want to say like I think that's what I want. I believe that's what I want. I think. I'm gonna say I didn't have my Tim Tam, okay? If this is a bug or incorrect, then it's because I didn't have a Tim Tam. Okay, it's working as expected. Okay, it's good. Hells yeah. Uh-oh. Boing. I'm gonna have it play the most cartoony sound effect when you bump into a wall too. Alright, we toggle the door. Toggle the door. Toggle the door. That's great. Very good. Boing. Okay. Let's change it to continuous walk forward. You know, I just realized if we stack 2 turn rights on top of each other, then it'll do a 180. Yeah, I like the idea of stacking things on top of each other, like I've done here with these two stacked on top of each other for the door toggling effects. But for now, what I might actually do is just like loop this one out, like that. There we go. Good. Now, logic brain, good, bad. Right, so let's find out if continuous walk forward works. Now that we implemented the turn right one and that worked fine, let's see if continuous walk forward works. It worked perfectly. It's not consuming it though, which is kind of a problem. But we just need to consume it. That's fine. We don't consume buttons. That's the only one that we don't consume. So I could just say like bool, whoops, boop, bool, oh my god, consume equals true by default. And we just set that to false for buttons. And then we can just say if consume stuff i.id equals 0. Okay, it consumed it and it walked forward until it ran into a wall, which is exactly what it should do. So we have to implement all the types, which we can and should do. I commented out the wrong one, which is exactly what I intended to do, right? Yeah, I did that on purpose. It was definitely on purpose. All right, let's just implement all of the things. Why is raisin? No, see, that was incorrect. So this is just going to be like this, and this is going to be like this, and then it's going to be like that. So it's going to be like that, and it's going to be like that, and then it's going to be 3. And then broccoli is supposed to be backstepping, which we don't have. We don't have code to handle that, so we're not going to implement it. I'm going to call this a no-op for now. We call it reserved no-op. Reserve no-op, reserve no-op, reserve no-op. Okay, great. And this is also just a reserve no-op. Consume stuff. Yeah, that's great. And then everything's implemented. So now, anytime you step on a thing in the world, it'll do a thing, basically. The valid inputs are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8. Makes sense. You know what? I don't know if we should continue it. I mean, it should do nothing. Yeah, it should do nothing because it doesn't render it either. It's basically a non-existent thing. There should be no attempts to consume. That's good. So update stuff, yada yada. Where's the part where we actually define it? So we got 2. We got 8. That's a button. So this is a continuous forward. Yeah. This is something, and that's something else. I'll say goal. That should be a 9. We'll make 9 the goal. Four. Are these different? Is this a different location? This should be 9. Oh wait. Oh, I'm so confused. What have I done? 3. Okay, yeah, these are the same thing. So let's make this one a different location. 5, 6? I don't know. Just whatever. And then 4, 3, 2, 8. Okay, so we need a 1. This is not how I intend to encode all this. I will do something slightly more code that does the exact same thing, but it'll be a little bit nicer to read in theory. We need a 1. Let's say we put that on 0, 1. Okay, so if I go onto that one, it should eat it and take 1 step forward, which it did. Great. And if I do that one, we know that's a continuous move. And I don't know what this one will do. Let's find out. It did nothing. So what location are we on? We're on 0, 1, 2, 3 and 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4, 3. Was that a goal? Oh, this should be 4, 2 then. I can't edit it while it's running, of course. 4, 2. 4, 5, 6. Interesting. 101. All right. Okay. Yeah, so that's like forcing you to step forward further than you wanted to. This one's going to force you to walk all the way to the wall. This one... What's this one down here do? Forces you turn left. Okay. What's this one do? Forces you to turn right. Looks like all of the interrupts are working. I still didn't update that yet, huh? Okay, we gotta go update that. It should be 5-1. When you get the goal... Did I say 9 was the goal? I guess 9 is the goal. So then we want to do like player.say well done SNS. You got the cable we needed. Yay. Hamster name. Is hamster name like a function or a variable? I don't even know. I don't even know. Could be anything. Hamster name. It's probably a global variable, I think, actually. Let me check. Global variables. Hamster name is a... yeah. Okay, good. And then... So we'll just test everything again, I guess. A little bit of player interrupting. All right, that worked well. So we should be able to toggle that door. And we should be able to leave. And retrieve that data cable. Well done, Pico. You got the cable we needed. Yay! Interestingly, the blue coffee cup placeholder graphic appeared. I guess I need like a no graphic. Like something that's just a transparent pixel or something. I probably already have one of those. But yeah, now we should have that data cable, which we do. So it's technically like, it's very well implemented. We just we don't have the queue. Like we have the queue, but we're not processing the queue at all. So the part where we do all of the key pressed stuff, all of that stuff here should be instruction handling. So I'm just going to say, bool handle player input equals true. Or handle keyboard input, we'll say. Handle cabbie input equals true. And then we're going to say if, we'll say if handle cabbie input do this. Whoops. Damn it, I was just trying to indent and I accidentally pressed tilde instead of or the back tick instead of tab. Okay, I guess it worked with the Control Z. So I must have hit tab and tilde. Okay. All right. I don't know how this queue stuff's gonna work, but we'll just say switch queue at case. So it's kind of like just this this bit here, except it's a stuff thing instead of a queue thing. So maybe I just like abstract this out a little bit. There is some information here, though. But otherwise, it's fine. I wonder if I can hand the array as a parameter. Do more stuff? Yeah. G'day, Heart of Mithril. Good morning, evening. Folders on your desktop. Yeah. Yep, it happens. Okay, so we did that, and then we get rid of that, and then we get rid of that, and then we go like that, and then that's all good. So then we just move do stuff down to here. We'll need to reset the scene when the player comes back in. We'll like need to reinitialize everything. But for now. Let's see what happens. Okay, it's executing our instructions and then it's stopping. Oh, that's funny. All right, cool. So now you need to populate the queue a little bit more. It should only do this if the queue is like ready to execute. So we need to like have a state as well. We'll say like if execute queue equals true, we should do this bit. All right, where's our queue implementation? It's in here someplace. Here it is. So we got work forward continuously, it says, but okay, yeah. For now, we'll just say this is true, right? We'll just default it to true. Do stuff should only do stuff if all of these are true, but also HC walk. Okay, let's find out. Dang it! Let's check the instruction numbers just to be sure. This is not raisin, or is it? I guess raisin is forward S. Carrot is forward C, which is 2. We added to the queue 2 twice. Should have 2 continuous walks. Q at is less than QI. H at X is 0 and H at Y is 0. So we only execute if we have an instruction and if we're on a tile center and we're not continuously walking. Then we'll execute. Otherwise, oh, maybe this is still executing. Maybe we need that. Okay, here we go. Feels like it didn't quite work. All right, so let's just implement what we think we need in these instructions. So when we reach the end, we want to turn right. I feel like I do want to make these enums at this point in time. I forget how to implement enum in this language. Is it comma separated or colon, semicolon separated? I don't know. Feels like it should be comma separated. I don't know. We'll see. What were all the instructions? Forward S, forward C, turn R, turn L, back S, back C, okay, and jump. Oh, I didn't give it a name. Let's see if that does anything. I don't even know if any of that I did was correct. It might crash as soon as we try and do this, but we'll see. Okay. All right. I did one too many forward S's. Okay. So this is good. This is actually really, really good. Yeah, so it needs to probably like have a little bit of a wait. Like it shouldn't execute immediately. I should probably have like a ticker for like a countdown of like n frames before it tries to execute the next instruction to like let you watch the instructions play out. I feel like that's maybe something that's missing here. It's like when we're ready to DQ the next thing, we need like a ticker. But that basically worked pretty good. So we ended up here after going from here, so we should just do a forward. So forward, left, forward, continuous. I'll just take this on another screen and I'll just type all this stuff out. So instead of forward continuous, it's forward step. We want 3 of those, and then we want to turn left. And then we want a forward continuous. And then we want forward step 1, 2, 3. Another turn left. Another forward continuous. And then we want another turn left. Another forward continuous. And then we want 2 turn lefts. Turn right. Forward continuous. Turn right. And then we want forward step 1, 2, 3. Turn right. Forward continuous. Turn left. Forward continuous. Turn left. Alright, that's a lot of instructions. How many instructions have we got? Maybe more than we can handle. I don't know. 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. So we're going to need to like double our array size, probably triple it. Let's go 128. It's not, the queue is not big enough. The queue definition is only 32. We need that to be like 128. All right, let's see if this works. Let's see if we can finish the maze automatedly without any human intervention. It's executing our instructions as we speak.
Need a hand?
Need a hand. No! I did a continuous forward at some point. Ah, that was supposed to be... we messed up. It's gonna be confused now. Yeah, it got confused. It was fine up until like until a certain point there. That was funny. Use line numbers to calculate the amount of instructions. Oh yeah, I could have done that. Good hint. I didn't think there would be that many to count, honestly. I didn't realize there'd be that. I thought we'd be under the limit, honest. Alright, let's just go through these and we'll figure it out again. So forward continuous, that's fine. Step, 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 turn left, forward, continuous, turn right, forward, step, 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 turn left, good. Forward continuous, that's good. Oh, there's a mistake right here. There should be a turn left. Step, 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 turn left, yep. Forward continuous, turn left, yep. Forward continuous, turn left, yep. Forward continuous, turn right. I think that was the bug. I think I just missed that one instruction. Let's try this again. Go, little hamster, go! You can do it! Oh no! Oh no, I forgot about we have that, the object right here. What's it doing? It's at coordinate space of what? This is, what is this tile number? Oh, it tells me down the bottom left there. 556. Tile 56. Let's see. Okay, it's on 5-6. This one here. It's got a turn left instruction there already. That's why I didn't encode a turn left. I'm just gonna leave it out for a second. And see if that fixes the bug. I don't think it will, though. I think there's some other issue at play here. No, that was the bug. Okay. We ran out of instructions? How did we run out of instructions? Oh, do I have a hard-coded 32 somewhere? For the instruction counter? Yeah, I do. Should be fine now. I'm glad I didn't bother making a linked list as well, because we didn't end up needing it for the way I've implemented it. See, I think I want to add a wait time before playing out the thing as well. Before playing out the instruction, just to give the player a little bit of time. Well done, Pico. You got the cable we needed. Yay. Alright, so we got the data cable. We programmed it to get the data cable for us with this map. Been playing Manalods, it's been fun. That's great, Castle Ruchek. I've been programming a cool game. Okay, so if Q weight greater than 0, else how did this happen? Hey, Father Axe, we're good to see you. If Manalords was bad, you could call it Manure Lords. You could. You could just call it that anyway. It doesn't have to be bad to call it a funny name. There you go. So we've got a little bit of a wait between instructions. Enough time to play the idle frame each step. And we get to see the bump animation play out, which is what we want, of course. Stopping every block is going to get annoying. Yeah, you don't have to stop every block unless you need to count the steps forward. I could do, like, I could add, like, a look forward to see if the next instruction is a step forward and then treat it as if it's continuous walk forward instead. But that's polish. We can do that later. I like actually being able to see the instructions play out at least. So then the next thing we're going to do is actually render the cue somewhere on the screen as well. So it'll be like raisin, 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 pea, raisin, whatever, you know. Or carrot, carrot, pea, carrot, whatever, you know. Like it'll be something like that. It would actually carrot, pea, raisin, 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 almond? I think it was. Anyway, whatever. This works. You like the sound of pea? It's like a pea, like a, you know, like a pea from a pod, not a pea from a pants. Different pea. E times radius squared. Oh boy. Let's see if those continuous let's see if the steps are annoying now. Okay, it does like do a little bit of a skip, but it is like less wait time now. The animations aren't looping properly. But you don't have to wait as long. I could make the wait time justify it, like do like a 10 frame wait per step instead of a 0 frame wait, and then you'd at least see like a little bit of the idle animation play out for each step, but it's not as long of a wait, so hopefully that will be more satisfying to watch. Let's try it. Make that like 11 instead of 10 or whatever. So like you wait like 1/3 the amount of time for a continuous step after a step. It's not really long enough to like feel worth doing it actually. Yeah, I don't like that. I think I should do some extra work to make sure we encode that it doesn't reset the walk cycle animation instead. So that should be 0, and like we should have like a flag for like don't reset the walk cycle somehow. So I guess I'll put it up the top here because with all the hamster bits. And we'll say like, whoops, bool h, no reset. Whoops, that's not how you type reset. Reset, frame, walk frame. That'll default to false, but when we actually go like, setting it to the walk animation. Oh, that's frame. I want index. I guess that's where I want to do it. Hey, Koenigsand, good to see ya. I am pretty good today. How are you? I have no idea if what I just did will work. I didn't even think through the logic. I'm just gonna make an assumption on this one. It'd be nice when we have the visualization of the queue. You're doing great. That's good. Doing some dev also. Sweet. Hopefully that's going well. Okay, that seems to be doing its thing, but it seemed to walk forward too far. It's like it was walking 2 tiles per tile instead of 1 tile per tile. I didn't anticipate that happening. I must have, like I said, I didn't really check the logic at all. I just typed in some stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I can come back to that bit. For now, we can just leave it dormant. But yeah, watching it play out the instructions, we just need to add the instruction programming bit next time. Super secret project TM is almost finished. Just working on title screen, optimization, manual, all the good finishing up stuff. Oh, nice. Congrats. Well done. You got the cable you need. Yay. All right. At some point, I'll have to actually design the puzzle, but I do need to hold off on that and just implement like the queue rendering so we can actually see the queued items, like the queued steps that are going to occur. We want to have that queue there. We also want to have the like building the queue interface and like the run execute program kind of button. And if you fail, instead of kicking you out, we should just reset everything. Have you had more success programming a puzzle game than I did? I mean, hopefully. I don't know. I don't know how much of a success you felt like yours was, but yeah. I'm trying to add a maze that you have to program a hamster to navigate the maze. And the hamster will follow your instructions based on the food that you give it. So if you give it a raisin, it'll take like one step forward, and you've got a carrot, it'll continuously walk forward until it bumps into something, or it gets an interrupt instruction, like turn right, for example, which is a P. So yeah. Yeah. Going by itch stats, nobody wants to look at Team Droid, but many of those who do download it. Oh, interesting. So if they look at it, they tend to download it. That's interesting. Have you you've got it playable in the browser on itch as well, right? Based on the stats from my one game that's on itch, playable in the browser is like a great way to get people to play your game. Anarchic Kingdom is the opposite. Lots of people look at it, but a few downloads. Oh, interesting. That's really interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna have to stop for food in a minute, which is why I'm sort of starting to wind it up, because I'm gonna have to do dinner, and then I can come back and do the regular stream. And I have no idea what I'm playing tonight. I didn't even think about it. I've just been thinking about programming this all day. Don't have it playable in browser on itch yet, but I do have it playable on my website. You should definitely make the games play. Like, try it with Anarchic Kingdom. Try it with Anarchic Kingdom. Lots of people go, but they don't download. Play now in the browser. Like, I bet you get a ton more games played on that. If you want to try a game with a punny name, you can try Dungeon Crawler. It's called Dungeon Crawler. Interesting. Along with doing a Windows version by bundling DOSBox. Oh, cool. Could you... Yeah, yeah. Interesting. That's interesting. Oh, I read it wrong, didn't I? Dungeon Crawler. That wasn't an R. That's an L. Okay, Dungeon Crawler. Because you use a, yeah, I know what you mean. The Claw from Toy Story. Now I have 2 data cables. So that's one thing, that's a kind of a bug that I need to work on, actually, is like the hamster, if I use the hamster on the maze, when I come out of the maze, and I like then click on something it'll say like it's not actually executing. It's like as if the hamster's still my cursor, even though the hamster's not my cursor. So that's like an AGS bug, I'm gonna say. But yeah, we should be able to say like, hey, as soon as you click on the thing with the thing, it should no longer be the active item. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that, which needs to be done in this room. Maze. Yeah. So we're gonna say player dot set. I forget how to change the cursor item. I'm gonna Google this. Change cursor item. Change active. No. I don't even know the terminology that I'm trying to say. I'm pretty sure I've done it before, but I just forget what it is. It's like, is it player dot active inventory? Is that? Is that what I'm looking for? No, go away. AGS script manual. Come on, man. Okay. Just say null. That's all I need to do. Player active inventory null before we do the thing. Hamster should die when getting the data cable so you can't use it again. No, we'll just say like if player dot has inventory I data cable player dot say we've already solved the maze, else hey, Disron, good to see you. Would it be cool to have a cool cutscene with an homage to Cliffhanger and or Ace Ventura's Cliffhanger homage? Oh man, I'm gonna have to watch Ace Ventura again apparently. How's Dev going? Going all right. We've got you can now Well, I haven't built the programming interface yet, but you can now program the hamster to run through the maze and solve it. Which I've hard-coded the solution to at the moment. Well, at least for this maze. I still haven't designed the puzzle maze yet. This is just the temporary placeholder version. Posted GIF in Game Dev on Discord? Okay, I'll check it out. There's no more cable in the maze. You just want to have fun with a hamster, don't you? That's probably a better thing. Maybe I could do that if you try it like 2 times. The second time it'll say that. I can't believe I added door opening puzzle elements, like door toggling puzzle elements. I just did that because I thought like, oh, it'd be a fun thing to do. I didn't really, it wasn't in the plan. I never wrote in the plan like, oh, we should have doors. I don't think. I just sort of thought about it while I was programming in the maze stuff initially. I was like, well, I've got more bits I can use. I might as well use doors as well. Nice hamster sprite. Thank you. Doors in the maze? Yeah, there's doors in there. So, tile number 37 has an upper wall, a right wall, and a left door. And so when you step on the tile here, it has an entity on it, which is a button, and it'll toggle the door on tile 37. So 37 will become some other number. It'll basically just, it'll become 5. And so then you'll be able to walk through that part. So yeah, if you watch it play through it, you'll see this door here is currently blocked. Yeah, the white line. Yep. So when it runs onto this button, it'll turn off the door. And then it can go that way. Could be a deadly laser trap too. It could be. Instead of being a door, it could slice the hamster in half. Although, I want this to be fun for kids to play, not terrifying. Oh my god, the hamster got cut in half. I feel good about that at the moment though. Like, that's what we've got done today is pretty good. Wait, did I not turn on the thing? I thought I did. Thought Prince of Persia guy getting cut in half was pretty funny. Yeah. The sound effect really did help. I mean, I don't want a parent to come and see a kid. Awesome to see the maze working. It is, Tim. It's so good to see it finally getting done. Because, like, I was a bit nervous about it. Oh, that's the hamster. I want the bucket. Whoops. You can now place the bucket under the drip as well. You played Prince of Persia when you were a kid? I know, yeah, me too, me too. I'm just thinking from a perspective of like a teacher or a parent seeing a kid play this game, seeing that kid have a hamster sliced in half in front of them and like effectively end the game. You'd have to like reset. I don't know. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Whee! Now we got a full bucket of water. I already have a full bucket of water, but you know, now I got another one. Is it on purpose that you can pick up an empty bucket when you have a filled bucket in your inventory? Yeah, it's not on purpose. It doesn't. I just had a full one in my inventory for debug purposes to save time. That was the only reason it was in my inventory. Yeah. You know what I think? In Prince of Persia, you are the prince. In your game, you aren't the hamster. That's true. That's true. So it is more sadistic then, isn't it? Hey, Tony, good to see you. Good morning. It's going great. We implemented some cool stuff today. I'm just messing around right now. I like how it boops him in the nose and his nose wobbles and he... Yeah, I think that's great. That's very good. That's also very good. Hey, Basehole. Good to see ya. In your version, when you download the game Basehole, in your version, you can imagine that the bucket is filled with piss, if you like. Great animations. Thank you, Tony. Thank you. I just finished implementing programming the hamster to follow its programming. It's all hard-coded programming at the moment. Like I added a list of instructions already, like in the code, but the player will have like a panel over here for adding instructions for the hamster to follow. But right now it works. Like this is just a sample maze, but I'll implement like a proper puzzle maze for it to follow, and there will be a limited number of like elements. So you will, like, the idea of the puzzle will be like you only have so many things you can do. So like when it stepped on this, it just opened the door that was up here as well. There will be a limited number of actions that you'll be able to perform, and like, you know, there'll only be like 10 raisins or something like that, so you can only walk forward 10 times. So you need to like solve the puzzle by using the stuff that's in the maze as well as using your instructions. So there'll be like kind of like a solution. A bit like Lemmings. It's nothing like Lemmings though. Lemmings, you have to like real time react to what your lemmings need to do, and like, but this is like pre-programming it. So it's more like I don't know, something else. I don't know what else. You need a comma before Pico. Thank you. Yeah, the dialogue's all placeholder at the moment, but you're probably right. I probably do need to put something like that in several places. Which Pico? More like the Incredible Machine. Yeah, a little bit more like that. A little bit more like Incredible Machine. It's more like you're creating a list of instructions to follow, and then it's going to follow those instructions, and you don't intervene while it's following the instructions. When you get killed as the prince, you obviously aren't getting killed, but you can imagine bad things happening to the AI hamster. Yeah. Yeah, if I let the hamster get killed and then you just can't finish the game because the hamster's dead. Where it says well done. Oh, thank you. Oh, well, like well done, Pico. Yeah. Where is that? It's in here, I think. Yeah. Well done, Pico. Oh, I can't. Well, it's running, of course. Well done, Pico. Yeah, hopefully I'll rewrite that text. Hopefully that doesn't stay in the game. Ideally, I should have no dialogue in the game, but sometimes I just can't help myself. Yeah, no worries, Basehole. I understand. So we don't want to draw the log either. In fact, we should just get rid of any logging at all. Cool. It's great. It's great to see this working. Mike, food before streaming 1 hour? Yeah, you're right. I need to get myself organized. Work at 2 a.m. because I'm still in Europe time. I can't be asked to get on the computer at 4:30 a.m. Yeah, no worries. Oh my gosh. You should probably get some extra sleep. But yeah. Europe time, huh? It's 6:37 p.m. here at the moment. That's why I have a bedside laptop. Oh man. How convenient. Well done, Pico. You got the cable we needed. Yay. Pico's still in the tunnel, of course. The real Pico. This is a fake Pico. I'm pretty happy with where we're at right now. Rue, hey, good to see you. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. This is good. We've done well. Let's go check some boxes on our design document, or whatever you call this thing. Our notebook. This is filling the void that the physical notebook would have. All right, so we haven't done UI instructions. We have done the queue. We have done interrupts. We haven't done that, but we probably won't. We add a button entity, so that yeah, that like technically that works. Door functions, data cable goal, yeah. So yeah, we're basically done. All of the required functions are done here except for this. This is the only required one. Everything else is optional. I'm gonna put it like optional in front of all these. Done. So now maybe if I do this. There you go. We're nearly done. This is the only thing we have to do. So that's day 26. That's all we have to do on day 26 to be happy about progress. Day 25 was success. I'm happy about day 25. Add instruct. Why don't I just copy that? There you go. Instructions. Palette. How do you spell palette? P-A-L-L-E-T. Palette. And Q. List. Scrollable. Maybe. I don't know if it needs to be scrollable or not. Because you might like that set of instructions was like 40 something instructions, I think. I can't imagine having 40 instructions on screen at once. So thanks for the fake support, Basol. I appreciate it. Yeah? There you go. Thank you. English is hard. I think that's a French word. The hamster maze looks cool. Looks like a cool puzzle. Thank you. We'll program the hamster path work in same way like Omega. If you remember the Cyber Tank Engineer's Handbook. I've got Omega. And I've never played it. It won't be that complex though. It's like, it's literally, at the moment, there's only 4 instructions that I'm implementing, like that I'm planning to implement. So you'll have, you just feed the hamster in the order that you want it to behave, basically. So the hamster instructions are here. It's raisin, carrot, pea, almond. We could change like those. It could be raisin, carrot, pea, sunflower, or something else. But yeah, step 1 forward, continuously step forward, turn right, and turn left. That's the bare minimum I need to implement to make it like playable and make a plan and stuff. Thank you, Pi, for the fake 666 bits as well. It turned out that Doom didn't go off, so unfortunately I can't play it. If somebody else had typed it, it probably would have gone off. But because it was you. I'm assuming you meant palette and not palette. Yes, indeed, I did. Although you've typed palette, the second palette differently than the way I had typed it. which is funny. Does the player know what does what? Yeah. I was thinking about that. Thanks, Tony. Yeah, it looks like we're going to play Doom now, huh? I'm just kidding. Sorry. To answer the question, Disron, maybe I'll add that in the instructions, like there'll be a notebook there, or maybe I'll only tell you like 2 of the things, so like forward and left, and you have to figure out the other 2. Oh, palette is made of wood, so that's the type of palette that I typed. There's too many different types of palette, unfortunately. But suffice it to say that yes, I was planning on fully instructing the player on what each of the things does. Like, Raisin does this.
Redonated 10 on Ko-fi.
Rue?
Not fake PP.
Not fake PP? Thanks for the real PP. I appreciate it. Rue, thank you for the $10. That's very kind. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing good today, too. I know I already said hi, but man. Thanks for the real PP. Oh gosh. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. The support does mean a lot to me. I will add the instructions for the hamster UI elements and stuff like that. So yeah, we'll see. I'm not decided yet, Distron is the actual answer. My plan initially was, yes, the player will have full instructions in front of them that they can read, but like maybe a little notebook icon on the screen that you click on for help, and it'll say like, if I've trained the hamster to walk forward by 1 step whenever it eats one of these, and whenever it eats a carrot, it'll walk forward continuously. Whenever it eats a pea, it'll turn right, and whenever it eats a broccoli, it'll turn left. So like there'll just be that, like, lore instructions will be in the game. That's what I was originally planning. So we'll see. I'll think about how that'll actually work, but that's what I'm thinking at the moment anyway. Maybe I just be like, maybe I could smudge the book so like some of the instructions aren't readable. That could be fun. So that you have to like think about it and like try a trial and error to know, oh, broccoli turns left, you know. But like, so like maybe one of the instructions is clear and the rest are not, or something like that. I don't know. I'll think about that. Looking at our calendar, which I just have to go back to this view. It's the 28th today. I'm definitely not finishing the game this month. In fact, it looks like I'm definitely not finishing it within the next week. I may be looking at 3 weeks from now. So, golly.
Base donated 10 on Ko-fi.
No way.
Piss
Base.
tanks pallet.
Thank you very much for the $10 on coffee. I appreciate that very much. Piss tanks, pallet. All the variations. Thank you. That's very kind of you, Basehole. I appreciate that. Mini Roach, thanks for sharing the link to my coffee page. Yeah, I need to set up a bot on this channel. I need to do a bunch of stuff on this channel to make things a little bit more fun. But I really appreciate that. That means a lot to me. The support, I appreciate it greatly. I've been a bit lax on my updates to coffee lately, and I apologize for that. I will get on to more updates there soon. I've just been so busy lately. Like, I keep thinking it's on the top of my mind all the time. Like, I need to do an update, But then I'm like, I got to do the programming. And it's like recording a video or writing a post takes like, an hour or so, and I'd rather put that hour into getting the game done, and then I feel bad. And anyway, it is what it is. So yeah, it looks like maybe we're targeting the 19th for finishing this game. Around about the 19th. I need to get more time into the game dev though, so I gotta maybe focus on that. Maybe I'll take some time off of work and put time into the game. But yeah, I've heard good things about coffee. Yeah, I've been using it for a while and I like it. I chose to use coffee over Patreon because there was a few people who recommended that I not use Patreon. I did go and set up a Patreon profile. I was reading through some of the stuff, and there's like, it's just like at the end of the day, I was like, you know what, coffee actually is a better deal than Patreon, and I have more control over certain aspects of it. Patreon does have better features, like there's still catch up to be done, but I think coffee is pretty good. They've added a lot of features that I since I started with them. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with them. I tend to push the same updates out to Coffee as I do social media. It makes it a bit quicker. Yeah, I don't even have social media updates very often. And when I do, it's usually I'm just sitting on the couch or something with my family, or like, oh, this will be a fun GIF to post or something like that. I don't have a strategy there. I need to get better at that. That's definitely something I need to improve on. But yeah. You update Coffee every morning in my understanding. Yeah, I do have a Coffee regularly, it's true. But thank you very much. Kind of you. I appreciate that. Hire a social media manager. Yeah, with all of my spare income, I'll do that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll hire an AI to do it. I don't know. Whatever. So that's what we have to do next time. Obviously, there's more to do. So probably the realistic thing would be actually design the maze puzzle so it's fun and challenging. That's probably what we should do next time. Hopefully that'll be tomorrow, because tomorrow is Monday. My ideal will be as soon as I finish work, I'll just turn the stream on. We'll just stream all the way through the evening until all this stuff's done. If that gets done, then we can actually go back and start doing some polish on art assets and things like that. At some point, I will want to do full playthrough testing, and I might grab some of you who are willing to do some test playthroughs just to find like the edges that I haven't found yet. And it'll just be looking for like the full puzzle flow, and if anything's confusing to do, like maybe let me know about that. But yeah, AI Gen Vomit, yeah, indeed. For mentioning AI, yeah, I should ban myself now. Your son or daughter could do it. My son or daughter could do social media for me. I haven't thought about that. It's possible. It's possible. They're pretty young though. Be 100% up for that. Thank you, Distron. Yeah, I'll let you know when I get to the point where I'm happy to hand it over. And it will be a lot of placeholder assets still, and like dialogue won't be complete. It's more just about making sure that the puzzle flow works and you don't get too stuck, and like going from A to B isn't confusing too much. Because like that's the one thing that I hate from a lot of point and click adventures is when you get, there's like, I could do 3 things right now and I'm not sure which one I'm supposed to do to progress, and you just kind of get stuck in a loop, and then it's like it turns out the solution is something a bit off the wall. I've got off the wall solutions in this game that I want, but I want them to be hopefully signposted well enough that if you pay attention you'll get it. But I don't think I'm there yet, so still got work to do on that. The next thing after we get all the full puzzle implementation done, I'll do some background art polishing, just a little bit. I just want to populate the area a bit, make it feel a bit more like lived in, and like justify the locations a little bit more. And then after that's done, going straight onto inventory art, fully get every single inventory item done. Then I want to go back to the part where you're looking at the wall, finish that off, because that's not really done at all when you're looking at the wall to do the scanning. And I want to support all the various handle types of the metal detector, so that you can actually see visually, like, oh, that's the shovel handle, oh, that's the hockey stick handle, so you can like see all of those. Being exposed to internet things builds character. Yeah, I don't know. that did cross my mind. Off the wall stuff is why I haven't finished most point and click adventures, even though I really enjoy them. Yeah, great progress. Looking forward to trying this game out. I again tried to do the Mac package to play around with it. It worked so well with dots. Yeah, that's awesome. I might get you to do that for all of the games when I've got all 3 done. I might get you to help me with getting a Mac build ready, because I want to do a Kickstarter at some point, so that would be good to have Mac playable builds of all of these as proof of concept. All right, I've talked enough. I've gotten less time to eat now than I had before, so I should stop. Thanks everybody, I really appreciate it. This is looking good to me. I'm really happy with where we're at. I think next time on day 26 we'll get a lot more done. That's tomorrow. There's still like, okay, so after all just to finish all those thoughts off, after all the inventory art's done, background's done, we need to work on dialogue. that's probably not going to be a full stream. Like, it might be, but it'll take a bit of time to do all the dialogue. That's where I'm going to start, like, looking at adding jokes and references as well. So we'll start, maybe update some of the backgrounds to add a little bit more of a joke or a little bit more of a helpful hint to some of the things as well. After that's done, it's sound effects. Go through, do all the sound effects. Then maybe I'll do voice acting. I don't know. I have to see if I can do it, because I don't want to get someone else to do the voice acting at this stage. But maybe if I can figure out a voice that works for this character, I'll do that. Music is the big one that's outstanding at the moment. I need to figure that out. I might just send a message to someone who can do it and get them to just crank out a few tracks that I can use. Send them the screenshots of each of the backgrounds and just say, like, music for each of these scenes would be great. And then, yeah. Anyway, thanks everybody. I really appreciate it. I will see you all very soon. We're going to be back with something on the other channel. I would raid there and start the stream right now, except I do need to eat. And I'm not going to eat on camera tonight. So I will see you soon. Thanks very much, everybody. Take care of yourselves, and make some fun games in the meantime. Time zone equals what's that? Indeed. What the heck's a freaking time zone? They're weird. Enjoy your brekkie, though. Enjoy your brekkie, Tony. I just have no idea. I just have no idea what's up with save load dialogues. I have to look into that. Yeah, I mean, maybe I could figure some way out so we could do a custom save and load dialogue, and then that would work. I'm not sure what's up with that either, Tony. Hey, Stickster, you take care as well. Thanks very much. Killick, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Bye. I'll see you soon.